So your name, you can change user code in English.
Settings.
Yes, safe. Alright. So we're live here. Let's get this out of the way. Let's get the introductions out of the way before we actually start this. So, for everybody watching here, all 60 of you right now, or 59, let's get that up to at least 69 and maybe to 420 after it. Let's get this show on the road. This is the Battlefield 1 Esports podcast, if you will. We have some quote-unquote professionals here, some others that are more professional than others. As you can see, we're quite a rowdy bunch sometimes, but we'll try to get everything out of the way. So, I'm your host, I'm Elsh the Medic. If you don't know who I am, I'm a commentator caster usually for Battlefield and other games sometimes, but mainly Battlefield. And today I'm joined by some of the biggest names as well in competitive play in Battlefield. And we kind of took it upon ourselves to talk a bit about, what can happen for Battlefield 1. Because so far I think we all agree that it's a pretty sick game, but we want to know what should be done to actually make it the big game that we would love it to be better than what Battlefield 4 was in the past. So, we're going to start off by just introducing the players before we talk broadly about how we're going to conduct all of this. So, you can see everybody on Discord here. You have all of the names. You can see when they're talking. That way, it's easier for people to know who's saying what and, who to try to really listen to in a certain moment. So, we're going to start off with our first name here on the list. It's Cryptic. What's up, Cryptic?
How you going? I'm Cryptic, captain of SYF Gaming. Been to ESL a couple of times, and I'm an Australian/NZ player.
Alright. Number 2, Hysterias. Can you explain to us a bit about yourself?
Oh, yeah, of course. So my name is Hysterias, and I'm French, and I play competitive since the end of Battlefield 3. And today I guess it's a good point that we're making this podcast, just to let you know how we want to put some interest in the next time of Battlefield 1. So there we go.
All right. Next up, so you're gonna see a few things where there's multiple regions that are represented here: Australia, New Zealand, France. We're gonna go down to France as well later on. But now, Johannes from Germany. So, Johan, can you explain to us a few things about yourself?
Yeah, I'm Johannes. I'm German, obviously. I also played at ESL 1 before. I'm playing at the moment Battlefield for Plant Dynamics, team captain of Team Germany, and I'm also playing 8v8 since 2 years now on the top teams at the moment in Raven Esports.
All right, so you're gonna basically be part of our 5v5/8v8 moderation team for people that are watching here. There you go. So we're gonna
5 to 32 versus 32.
Yep, we're gonna talk about multiple things. We're all fairly qualified in these things. Next up is a person that you really haven't seen too much of a face before of. Mostly the voice, and frankly, the voice that's point out a lot of very good points sometimes. And a lot of times, actually. It's Marble Duck from Team Simthic. Can you explain to us a few things about yourself, friend?
Hey, I have some experience with 8s and 10s. Due to work scheduling conflicts, I haven't played much at all recently. I'm primarily here because I have quite a bit of knowledge and research about the workings of the game.
Alright, there you go. So you can check him out also on YouTube. So he does some pretty sick stuff over there. Next up, right underneath my own name here on Discord, it is a very special guest. Somebody that we haven't really heard too much of since joining Creative Assembly and working on one of my favorite series ever, Total War. It's Dogbert, legendary caster.
Legendary caster.
Yes.
That's an interesting term. I got recruited because there wasn't as many at the beginning. But no, thank you for inviting me. And once again, joining the annual anticipation of a Battlefield launch. It should be a fun discussion.
All right. So now we're going to move on to a big friend in the Battlefield scene, someone that's sometimes loved and hated by, many in both ways. It's Payo, our ESL admin. How you doing, Payo?
Yeah, hello. And I mostly hate it, so I guess. Uh, I'm the global staff head in ESL for the Battlefield game, and I played myself in Battlefield since Battlefield 3, mostly in 8v8 and in the beginning of Battlefield 4.
All right. Next up, it's our wannabe competitive Algar.io player. It's Rella, representing a French region as well.
Yeah. So yeah, I was a competitive player on Battlefield, and then I've been interested into what will be a good infantry gameplay for Battlefield, and I'm also known as the guy that destroyed infantry by teaching people how to do the jump.
Yes. I'm pretty sure that's a general understanding of how it is.
Yeah.
And finally, I mean, we always save the best for last. It's none other than the Papa himself. It's the triceps of Battlefield, Safe.
Hello, I'm safe.
That's
Do I
I've
need,
never
do I
heard
need to
you
say more? Do I need to say more?
It's Safe. You know who I am. That's all you need to know. But
I'm safe. I'm safe. Yes, I play Battlefield because the best game ever. You know.
all right, did you do anything during Battlefield, or did you just stick to online like a lot of people say? Especially too easy.
If I did
What did you do?
anything
What did
during
you do?
Battlefield,
Yes.
wow, I was lifting.
God. Yes, you are carrying your teams as well. Thank you, Safe, for that wonderful, wonderful introduction. I can always
Thank
count
you.
on you.
I'm flexing. Meanwhile, yeah.
Thank you, Safe. Thank you. All right, so how we're gonna do this, basically, a structure for everybody that's watching here, is we're gonna have multiple topics we're gonna talk about, and those are gonna be shown on the thing here to my side. You can see now it's introduction. So basically, we're gonna keep moving on from topic to another. There are certain people that are definitely more influential in certain ones and have a lot more experience in these, so we're definitely going to give them the priority to speak and explain their own points of view before we actually keep up with the rest. And we're going to give you guys as well the opportunity to chime in on the conversation. Multiple ways that you can do that, either here in Twitch chat or on Twitter by tweeting any which one of us with a question that you would like to be answered about a certain topic. So we're going to talk about the topic, we're going to end it, then we're going to give you guys 5 to 10 minutes where you can ask your own questions, give your own input on Twitter or on Twitch, and then we're going to move on to the next one. This way we can have our own talk that's as structured as possible, and you guys as well can give your own input. So that's basically the overall format. Let's start off with our multiple topics and our talking points for tonight. Our first one is something that's fairly controversial, and I know that Brett himself has had quite a few ideas. He tweeted like something 30 minutes ago about it, and I think we all agree on it. It is regarding the Conquest ticket system that's been changed up in Battlefield 1, and we're going to see how that measures up in public and in competitive. So first, I'm gonna give it to Marble Duck from Simtic to explain to us, what are the changes from BF4 moving to BF1 with the ticket system.
Okay, is my volume fine this time?
Yes, fixed it.
Okay, so the reason they changed it was because...
So what was it before compared to now?
Okay, so, sorry. First, they had the system that only counted down. Now, counting up, counting down, it doesn't really matter. They had the system that only counted down when your team had the smaller number of flags. So if you have the majority of flags, the enemy team loses tickets. Now, this probably wasn't a good way of keeping track of who had the most flags for the most amount of time. It was good for keeping track of who had the majority of flags for the most time. And so what they felt they needed to change is make the scoring system reflect how long. Basically, it's directly proportional to the number of flags you have. So now it counts upward, and so if you have one flag, it'll tick at, arbitrarily we'll say that it's 1 time per second. That's not the correct value, but it's good for example. If you have 2 flags, it'll tick at 2 times. If you have 3 flags, it'll tick 3 times per second. That, again, that's completely arbitrary. Now, what this allows allows the players to do and the teams to do is they can gain tickets when they don't have the majority of the flags. So if you've got a huge lead, then say if you've had 5 out of 7 flags the whole game, you'll probably have a big lead toward the end of the game. Now, at the end of the game, you can lose all your flags except one, and then granted you'll be ticking more slowly than the other team, but you'll still win the game because you've had that one flag and you're still ticking up slowly. Of course, the advantage of this system is that it makes blowout wins and losses less common because, if you have 2 flags, well, you're still getting 2 of 5 flags, you're still getting some tickets, you're still getting some points. So you're not going to be completely, Zento has his wrong name again, so you're not going to be completely steamrolled by the other team even though you've had like 2 flags the whole game. In some ways it makes comebacks easier, in some ways it makes comebacks more difficult.
All right, so you guys, we've all played a decent chunk of the beta. I assume most people have put in at least about 10 or so hours within the beta so far. At least most of us here. A lot of us have played together as well. So from you guys' experience going down in the hierarchy in Discord, how did you see the ticket system really influencing the games that you were playing? Because personally, I have had quite a few games where there were draws, which we never really had before. The system definitely does seem logical where it counts up if you have a flag, sure. But do you think there's a reason to change it from what it was before? Because it definitely was working. What's your thoughts on it, Cryptic, and moving down?
Well, I basically think that it was working perfectly fine before. Like, I understand why they changed it, but I don't think it's really relevant to the type of game it is. I mean, they're trying to get people to push objectives more, but they're also taking away the whole thing of a first-person shooter is to shoot people. So yeah, they want people to attack flags, attack the objective, but they're making it worse for another element of the game.
I just have a comment on that. It was rarely the case that kills alone defined the outcome of the game. I mean, after all, dead bodies don't cap flags, and usually the kills that mattered were the ones that happened on flags. So you're right, kills not affecting the tickets does make it harder in some ways, but that's just a comment.
All right.
Yeah, well, I mean, it may not affect, like, kills and deaths may not affect that in that regard, but when it comes down to the wire, when there is a really close game, people need to smarten up and start, counting away those kills and deaths and stuff and revving more often. Otherwise, it's going to end up tipping into the enemy's win rather than your win. That's completely gone in this. Like, for instance, the ticket count could be, say the ticket limit is 150, and say the team that currently holds the least amount of flags has 145. So they got 2 flags at 145, and the other team is winning now with a majority of flags. The team that is still holding the majority of flags, sorry, this is confusing, majority of flags, and losing in the ticket count is going to lose in the end because they can't have a comeback scenario because the other team that is still ticking away, getting extra tickets over and over again. So I think it's not a very good system. Not for the way the Battlefield has worked, and it's too much of a big change to still call it Conquest, in my opinion.
So here's the thing, to turn it back to competitive play. I know in public it's one thing, but in competitive play there's a lot of games where, especially in, let's say, the BCL, BNL type of game in the system, where your tickets really do matter, because where it was built off of BF3 and BF4, you would go through and then the team that had the most tickets would have an advantage going on, and they would count out if at the end of the season there was some sort of tie, or the overall tickets that were deciding the game. For competitive play, do you guys think this would actually have a big impact? Let's talk to our expert Johannes to see, like, what do you think about this, Johan?
Yeah, I actually got a good example there for in Battlefield 4 on server 8v8, when you're when both teams have their gimme flags, like Alpha and Delta, you're most of the time just like fighting for Bravo and Charlie. And because no team can typically not like get the instant advantage of each other and cap both of these flags, you're often just like tying both of these flags or like in the way of like capping one of them. So that means the ticket bleed is stopped. At this point, it's only going pretty much for kills. And there can really be deciding which team is pretty much just like straight up out-fragging the enemy. Of course, if you just like kill your opponents, you can cap the flag afterwards. But the kills, especially like on a map like Savard, are really impactful and can even decide a game like that just by pure tickets.
Right. And that's the thing, like taking Zavod as the example, it was a map where in Conquest Small, which we'll get to talk about later, was a very good map for such hybrid play between armor, flanks, and the infantry on the flags, where the fighting, we really had a lot of fighting on the flags themselves. And as you were talking about before, Marble, the kills on the flags are what really do matter. So in competitive play, you can clearly make an argument that, well, the older system was definitely much better than what it is here. I don't know what Payo thinks about this as well.
Yeah, well, I don't like the new ticket system at all, and I personally I would like it if they go back to the old ticket system, because I think that was one of the main reasons I enjoyed playing Battlefield that much, especially in 8v8. And if I remember back in Battlefield 3 and Battlefield 4, also on the maps which had 4 flags, where you can tie and then you basically have for some time only the ticket drop for the respawns you do, so when you got killed and not revived, like on Zavod or St. Crossing. So I really liked it, and it's hard to make a comeback now, and somehow kills don't really matter, and I think kills should also matter. I mean, of course it should also matter that you play the fucking objective, like you say in common.
Yes.
But I think the combination made it that special and made it enjoyable, at least for me. So get on point, get a flag, and if you get 1 or 2 kills, then you have 1 or 2 extra tickets in case they get not revived, because not the kills actually count as a ticket. When they respawn, then they drop a ticket.
Yeah, that's an next important thing. Revives also like in 8v8, Battlefield 4. These are also made as like if you revive a teammate, it reduces a ticket in Battlefield 4. If in Battlefield 1, if it's like competitive like that and don't really lose the ticket when you die, the competitive scene is just like, especially like 8v8 or something bigger than 5v5, it's gonna be pretty much like either suicide simulator, that people are just like suiciding if the flag is clean, for example. And so like, even if they're out of ammo, they can just like suicide and spawn in, so they're full of ammo again. There's no penalty. And the next thing is like the revives. Revives are not as important anymore. Like DICE is talking about team play and playing the objective, but your objective is also like to rescue your teammates, to doing your job as a medic. And if they revive, they're not bringing a ticket back. You're not helping your team to win by reviving your teammate. So you can just let him die and let him respawn. It doesn't matter. That's bad.
Yeah, I wouldn't say the medic is now completely useless. I mean, you still can revive, and then you're directly back in action. So, for example, if you're attacking a flag with your teammates, and you're in that time you're back in action and can fight. But to save a ticket, that's some of the extra points you can do with getting revived, and I think that is something on top that you can instantly join the battle again. That you save a ticket. Save a ticket for your team for this match, and that's why I want to see it like it was in all the other Battlefields.
All right.
I have a comment.
Yeah, there we go. I was gonna get to that. But yeah, please.
Oh no, I missed the first part, but I just like, to me personally, I have no idea why they changed the. It's like I'm trying to think of why, because it's been working all the time, and I've never seen people complain about Conquest tickets. I don't even know what EA was thinking of.
Okay, I can
Sometimes
answer
I
that
just-
question.
I
Please.
mean,
Um,
well,
I know
that's the
Marbles
part
had this
I was-
itch.
Yeah, well, that's what I was looking for.
Okay, you missed this earlier, but what I was saying was that they changed it because they want the scoring to more accurately reflect how many flags each team has held during the course of a round. So it's supposed to be more accurate. I don't personally agree with that. I think that the score is not the end; it's the means to it. And regardless, we're still going to have the people that hold the more flags for the greatest portion of time winning. I think they just wanted to make it more accurate and perhaps more intuitive for the new players to understand the system. That's why.
And personally, I see it the way of, well, we haven't had a server to set settings on, so we don't know what it would do in terms of competitive play. Would it give us more draws? Would it give us more games that are a lot like in public play, where your team either gets completely stomped, or you have these really, really, really close games, but then halfway point somebody gets the train and then nobody's able to kill it and it just turns around. Those kinds of things. At least on this map, we again in the beta we only had one map to test on. I personally played a bit of the alpha. I know Marble has. I know a few people have, but not a lot, and not enough really to give some really solid input on it.
Yeah.
Well, to me, honestly, it sound like I understand what Marble said, and I get the point, but honestly, it's like even though EA and DICE they had this idea to improve teamwork and reflect how many times you had the flag, blah blah blah, it's still like, where did they test this, or is the beta is the test phase for this ticket system?
Oh yeah, they said, who was that DICE developer who said on Twitter actually that they might change the conquest system after feedback from beta. So it could be very well possible that in the actual game they're gonna change it back to like either Battle 4 or they're gonna adjust, for example, a time limit or the ticket beat things.
And to go through as well, Rella and Hysterias, from your perspective and from your from the French community as well, what have you gathered? Yeah, I know Rella's laughing here, but yes, please, at least from Drunksy, come on, you can tell us that.
Gathered on what do you want?
In terms of your own feedback on how the conquest ticket system has been organized so far.
I'm always about having something interesting on streams, because I think it's the most important part. If you make something that is competitive, so that is also something view. And I think that the drama situations that were created by having a few tickets left and people asking themselves, should I respawn, for example, these situations were interesting because they they allowed suspense,
Yeah.
and I think that was interesting. I mean, I am just happy about the system just for one thing, is that we don't have the guy spamming in caps at the end of the game, don't spawn.
We all did it, it.
Yeah, I never do that because I don't cap flag, but I understand that maybe that was one of the reasons that let people be thinking about this system. But overall, in terms of, viewership in esports, I'm not sure it's a good thing.
Yeah, you won't have like clutch moments in the end of some conquest maps, for example.
Exactly.
They always like sometimes just like 2v4, something like that, and you have like some clutch plays. Most of the time it's not like map deciding, but you can easily still burn like 20, 30 tickets that can help you win the next round.
Well, I just want to add that, yeah, honestly, at the end, it doesn't really matter how the ticket system works or how the suppression works, because as a developer myself, and I would say that like all these functionalities, they should be added by DICE, so we can get to choose ourselves what we'd like to have. Like the server admin can choose if there should be suppression or not, or if there should be.
We'll get to those later. Those are within the server
And
settings.
the same goes with the ticket system. Yeah, but
do you think instead of doing that, it would just be better to give us a few servers and give us a week or two to run PCWs and that kind of stuff, run these mini tournaments, and see how the players feel with multiple settings, different settings that we can try out, just to see, all right, is the old Conquest system still giving us those clutch moments that we had in BF4 and BF3, or is the new system just better in reflecting the overall nature, the real nature of the game itself? What do you think about that, Dogbert?
I'm interested to see how it's going to be after it's rolled out. I mean, I don't think they're going to go back to the old system, at least not on this one. I think it's pretty much going to be stuck, so we're going to have to get used to it. I've been playing Battlefield forever. I mean, I kind of like the old system, but maybe it will work better on the other maps. I don't know.
Yeah, it really is to try. We need to see, will this system actually work with the different maps, the different modes, and we'll talk about the modes later, the different team sizes, the different server settings that we can have. There's so many variables to think about, and I think for now, even though we all really are against with the whole idea of, well, if it wasn't broken, why are you trying to fix it? I think we should be waiting until release, or to some extent getting feedback from the devs and them asking us for feedback, basically, after running these tournaments, running these kinds of games, to see is there something really worth changing here, or is the current system just, it's better and we don't really see anything wrong with it, it's just another system, might as well stick to it.
I mean, we've everyone here has played Conquest forever, so that the idea of change is kind of scary. And for us, everyone's here like, oh yeah, Conquest worked best. I mean, from their point of view, obviously it could have been tweaked. It probably wasn't completely perfect, and they want to try something new. So I don't know. I'd like to see how it pans out. But I mean, it's always there. They can always go back to Conquest if they must. It's still there.
Yeah, but it is definitely still there. So with that, I think we're gonna start taking some questions from people watching. Again, if you're just joining, basically how we have it is that we're gonna go through a topic, end it, and then we have 5 to 10 minutes of open questions. You can tell us here in Twitch chat. Basically, just tag @Melosthematic and say the question or the proposition that you have, or tweet at us, any one of us, on Twitter, and let us know what your questions are. Anybody else want to add their own point of view as we wait for the questions to roll in?
One thing people should know is that the beta is actually an old build. It was sent for verification prior to the closed alpha releasing, so it actually doesn't have any of the changes that were based on the telemetry from the alpha play. So some of the things like tanks that are supposed to be changed for release weren't changed for the beta.
This will be a stress test at best. I mean,
Correct.
Don't expect any of this is going to be like, oh, we need to balance this all now. They've probably been working on balance like this for quite a while.
This is a very old build.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. And what about the time limit? Did they change that already, or is it still like just only 20 minutes? Because it also pretty much removes the possibility of comebacks, and competitive as well.
The timer is, I don't think the timer is final. I doubt it is. In the alpha, it was, we had 200 tickets. I think they just want to get lots of telemetry from different rounds without making them huge.
Okay, do you think server admins could at least change the time limit on their private servers?
I don't have any information on that. I know that, in the past we've gotten the ability for custom servers, so I don't see any reason that we wouldn't this time around.
There were time limits in Battlefield 4. It's just we can change them server side, so I assume we can do it again.
Yeah.
If you can, yeah.
Well, we'll definitely talk about that, and Drunksy is giving as well some inside information. He's one of the people that were able to get to these events and talk to the developers in a more closer way.
It's a socialite.
Yes, a lot better than us, that's for sure.
Burning that fanatic money.
Yeah, but I mean, you were with Dignitas, so.
Oh no, fair play. Drunks is the best. I forgot. Unless he's killing my guys, and that.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure the old Dignitas lineup would have had a few words to say about that.
Maybe in the pub.
Yes, that is true. For guys talking about recoil and suppression, we're going to talk about those later. We do have those topics in So Devote has an idea of his own. The new system is fine as long as they make kills count for ticket bleed.
I don't think that would work because
You
you'd be
would have
counting out.
Yeah, you would count.
Yeah,
one
you'd
ticket
start.
off.
It'd come into a stalemate. I mean, like you'd get one ticket, then you'd kill someone, they'd lose a ticket. It wouldn't really work. I mean, it's better off just going back to the old system and then.
Mm-hmm. I mean, in some ways, like I guess you could have, you know, if you kill someone, you gain a ticket for yourself, and if you redeploy or something, you give the other team a point. But that's it's kind of strange.
So it must
It's
be
the same
some-
thing. It's just in reverse.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
You're counting out. That's the only difference.
so with drunks, he's like, well, you just add the tickets, add and just to remove them. The other team gets a kill, they get a ticket. That's another idea. If you get the kill and the person is not revived, then your team gets a gets a ticket.
But that's just the same. That's the same as the current system for Battlefield 4. It's just that instead of counting down, we're counting
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, it's in reverse.
But that way you can
Just
keep
read
the system that it is now, but you just add the tickets. You're saying, right?
Yeah, because you
Well,
said
Yeah, but I wouldn't see why.
it's easier to read as a Bulldog site for the newcomers to the game, maybe.
I mean, then you still have the problems with. Do you guys really like the idea of still gaining tickets while you have the minority of flags?
Yeah.
And that
That's a
would
question.
the problem with this is that it would snowball even more. Imagine you're ahead and you're basically the better team. Well, you're getting a lot more kills, for example, which is most likely the case, and that just snowballs into more tickets for your team, which
But kills should mean something.
yeah,
At least
we agree that it
points.
means something, but with the current system, the way that's counting up, it's very difficult to make it so the kills do reflect on the tickets, unless you're going back to the old system where you had those standard 800 tickets in public conquest and counting down.
I have a suggestion.
Please.
Now, since someone mentioned earlier that it would be cool, like if even though you have the minority amount of flags, you would still be gaining tickets, right? Or going down, or whatever you call it.
Correct.
But we can do it. It still doesn't feel so competitive, in my opinion, because you don't deserve that, because you're the losing team, right? So, in my opinion, we are rewarding someone who doesn't deserve it. But that's just my personal opinion. But
Well,
that doesn't mean it's completely wrong. You can always adjust the system so it works correct. Just a fast idea, I would say. Let's say you're playing Conquest with 5 flags. One team has 3 flags and the other one has 2 flags. So in the old Conquest system, it's gonna probably be one team will be still stuck on their ticket amount, like the same amount of tickets, and the team with the 2 flags would be bleeding, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say, just because they have these 2 flags, the bleeding will be slower with a few seconds than usual. If the other team has 4 flags and you have 1 flag, then the bleeding speed would increase a little more. Like, this is just small details, but I would say it would, I don't know, it would work better this way. And that's
Yeah,
just
I
like
agree.
something I thought of pretty fast.
Yeah, same as in Domination, for example. If you trip cap, your tickets are bleeding down, or like the enemy tickets are bleeding down faster than just with a 2 cap.
That's I would have mentioned Domination, but I don't want to piss people off on the stream.
No, I don't think anybody would mention Domination.
Yeah.
So we're gonna add one more point here before we move on to the next topic. Terry Drex in the stream has an idea. Why not gain tickets for kills, but only kills that are made on the flag burn and not between objectives?
I heard something similar about only counting ticket kills with if you kill someone in a tank or like a high value target. If you, for example, take a plane down or like a tank down, this would like gain you a ticket, or for example lose an enemy team a ticket. But I think you would need to do it like overall or not at all. Like either give tickets or not.
yeah, I don't think the selective ticket bleed makes sense, and also there's still, that would still make for the redeploy simulator that I think competitive 8v8 and 10 is going to be.
Yeah.
In the
Yeah,
current
exactly.
system.
I mean, you just be throwing bodies at a flag at that point. And it wouldn't really count for anything, because if they're defending the flag and you're not getting on the cap, then it doesn't matter. You just throw bodies until you break in.
Yeah.
And then you're not losing anything for doing that.
Yeah, you're not punished by getting killed yourself. That's the whole point.
Exactly.
All kills should count, no matter what.
All kills
I mean,
matter. All
Exactly.
kills.
All kills matter. We are right now. We are
Hashtag it. Get
we
on
are-
Twitter. Hashtag all kills matter, please.
Right now, we are discussing we are discussing things that is like not important for the for the game or for the esports part or whatever. It just doesn't make sense, like tickets or kills
It
or
does
whatever.
matter. I mean, the flag question matter. If capturing 3 flags gives you a better advantage than camping on 2 flags, and still having the advantage,
That one I agree on. Yeah.
it gives a lot of depth to the game, a lot of strategies. So that's very important for esports, I think.
That I agree on, but not kills. I think every kill matter, because on the flag, okay, that's a good kill. Maybe you can gain more points or whatever, but outside the flag, it could be you could be killing a person potentially flanking your whole team. It could be anything. I mean, so yeah, I would say like we shouldn't go into these details with
Right. Well, what I think is that we definitely do need a way to test things out and see the different proposals and ideas to see what can be done. Again, going back to the fact that it is still a game and there's sometimes limitations. So maybe the devs can't do certain things, and some things they can. Maybe you can test out the different ideas that we have on here with the old system and the new one, try to compare them. But for that, you really do need a competitive environment to do so, and not just go with, oh well, this is what it is in public. We still need to see what it is, and so far it's unproven because we weren't able to get any servers for the closed beta to test things out. Anyways, that's our first talking point. We're done. We took the suggestions and stuff. We're gonna move on to our second one, and it's something that's very hotly debated, and it's the gunplay, the spread, and the weapon balance to some extent, but mostly the spread and the visual recoil values. So let's change this up, and let's start again with Marble, because he's had a few interesting points of view on this.
Okay, so my connection is giving me a lot of trouble right now. If my is it fine right now?
Yeah,
because
it's okay.
Okay. So the biggest problem is that people don't understand how to use the new weapons. The weapons are very accurate when you're using them correctly. For example, the least accurate SMG has a base spread of 0.3, which, for your reference, is equivalent to Battlefield 4 standard carbine. Now, where the difference comes in is that you have this spread increase first shot multiplier. And for example, on the MP18, it's 5. Now you have really small spread increase, but a big multiplier at the start. So that means you go up by 0.15 degrees of spread right at the beginning, right after your first shot. So your first shot is really accurate. Your second shot there's a big jump in spread for your second shot, and then after that, it doesn't increase very much. Now, when I first heard about this system, I thought it was, you're just going to mag dump everywhere, and it really isn't the case. This is in combination with change spread decrease. Now, Mylosh, I gave you that.
Yep, it's on.
Okay. I can't have the stream running and this at the same time because my internet is awful. So the H23, just as an example, after you get 0.5 degrees of spread, that's on the fourth shot, it takes 48 milliseconds. I can't remember what I put up there, but it's somewhere around 48 milliseconds.
It's 67 for the ace.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so a quick explanation on tick rate. It's gotta happen on the next tick. So for 60 hertz, it'll happen at 66 2/3 milliseconds, because that's, an even multiple of 16. But that's just tick rate weirdness. It doesn't really matter. The H23 will reset in 66 milliseconds, whereas the MP18 takes a huge amount of time to reset that spread, and it's like 220 milliseconds. Now, and that's a huge difference. So what you have to realize is that after you finish your burst, you have to wait a substantial amount of time before you can start firing again. The reason for this is that they wanted to kill microbursting. Microbursting, I don't feel is a very skillful, if you will, way to have gunplay, because basically, you know, if you have an AEK at range, just burst it faster, or you click it at like 600 RPM is actually the perfect click rate for the AEK. So you just click it as fast as you would a SAR 21, and you have perfect accuracy, or reasonably perfect accuracy.
Like you had with the A94 to some extent as well.
Correct. BF3 AN94 was absolutely absurd because you had 1200 RPM with perfect accuracy the whole time.
We've all used it. We all know how good it is. Yes.
And so this very short reset after a shot means that you can, you know, Ace 23, you just do a 5-round burst. You have, you know, 1 or 2 frames where you need to stop firing, and then you can fire on again. And so it's just sort of a mindless click, 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 click. You're not really thinking about your burst length. But Battlefield 4 has a very slow spread reset. It's 2.28 degrees per second on the MP18 AR. Compare that to something like it's either 10 or 14 on the Ace 23. That's like 5 times slower. So next time you're playing, just go out there, do a 3-round burst, and give a good 200 milliseconds after you finish that burst, and I promise the weapons are going to be really accurate. So currently, I think the complaints is people are trying to microburst, like they do a 5-round burst and then they just have a quick pause and then they do another 5-round burst, and of course they're not going to get any reset because they didn't give enough time for the spread to reset, and so they're actually ending up with a huge amount of spread because they're incurring that spread increase first shot multiplier every time that they go on a new burst. And so that's why people think the weapons are inaccurate. They're really not. That's about, I think that's the about, I keep saying recoil is not, either recoil is non-existent or recoil is too much. You have different zoom levels. Like, I don't think anyone used the magnifier in BF4. If you did use the magnifier on like the AEK or something, then you'll probably be right at home with the weapons here.
All right, and we're actually I'll get to you in a sec, Johannes. But we were talking about this yesterday with Saif and Wafi and a few other players, and Saif had his own experience with the weapons. And can you re-explain what you were talking about last night of how how to really learn the weapons in BF1?
Well, I've been talking to a few people about the game, and it's like this time compared to Battlefield 4 release, people were confused. Like they didn't say a lot of negative things about the game. They were, on the other hand, they were confused. They were like, it's different. It's hard to kill someone, for instance, to begin with, compared to Battlefield 3 or Battlefield 4, where you usually start with the M16 or another easy weapon to play with. But here in this game, I would say the gameplay, the weapon gameplay is very different. And to me, it seems like it's something you need to spend a few more hours on to actually master it. In my opinion, it's a good thing because it brings a little bit of skill in the game, or more or less. I mean, to me, it feels like it's you have to master something in order to be good at it. So right now, this is how it seems to me, and I understand some people have some frustrations with the game, but it's actually all about to put more time into it, and eventually, when you do clutch moments, or where you actually flank people and kill them from behind, it actually feels really good compared to when you flank a whole team on public on lockers and you just spray them down with your AEK or S23. Like, it doesn't feel the same satisfaction. We're talking about a new level here of satisfaction.
All right, Johannes, you were talking about something before I cut you off. Can you please go back?
Yeah, what I wanted to ask, if is the reset time high after the first shot, wouldn't that more promote like full auto firing, especially like more to like close to medium range? instead of just like tap firing, then wait, tap firing. You know what I mean?
No, because as people have experienced, it gets really inaccurate really fast, even though you have that multiplier at the beginning. I couldn't hear what Safe was saying because it was robot voice the whole time.
For you, but for if you didn't catch it, was basically that in BF1 coming in, especially from BF4 BF3, you have to learn the weapons and how to use them correctly. Very different experience than when you move from BF3 to BF4, for example, and you're basically in the same way of, well, I'm just going to tap fire and it's going to work, and it is going to work.
Yeah, I think people don't know I think once people start to learn how to use the weapons, they're going to have a lot better experience.
And what do you think about the comparison between ADS and your hipfire accuracy?
I mean, as SMGs, it's basically the same as it was ADS. I mean, sorry, hipfire accuracy in BF1 is basically the same as hipfire accuracy in BF4. There's really no difference. And
statistically, it is like that from data.
Correct. Yes.
So again, if anybody's wondering, this is Marble from Team Symphic. So if anybody knows their statistics, it's definitely Team Symphic.
I mean, I just want to make it clear that, I mean, it's the assault weapons we're talking about. Like, submachine guns, BF1 submachine guns have identical hip fire to BF4 PGWs, but no one used them anyway, so.
But can I ask you something? The bullets doesn't seem to travel so fast anymore.
That's drag. For those that don't know about this, there's now drag mechanics in the game, meaning that they can have overall generally higher muzzle velocities, and then as it travels in the air, it'll get slower and slower and start dropping farther and farther. That's why they can get away with the insane muzzle velocities on the weapons that are held by the scouts, and then they still can't camp 700 meters from an objective because the drag makes it just about impossible to effectively lead shots and compensate for drop at those ranges. So it lets the devs give us ideally more consistent close quarters gameplay. But I think the MP18 either has not enough muzzle velocity right now, or it has a too large drag coefficient. One of those two. I agree with you. I don't think the MP18 is very good at hitting moving targets at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think. What from your experience, Rella?
I just feel like the middle range, like the range where usually infantry players like to shine, is a bit non-existent right now. Like the close range is very agreeable for me, of course, and it's actually very effective with most of the weapons. And the long range with the sniper is really cool, and the snipers are really well done. But the middle range right now, where you're supposed to have a good like your experience with the weapons is supposed to shine. I don't feel like it's really possible to really shine. I mean, most of your fights are going to look a bit stupid. Of course, we don't all master the weapons yet, but I think there is a problem with the weapons and stuff.
But that's the thing. At these medium ranges is mostly if you look at how the classes are built, and we're going to talk about the classes. The medic class is really supposed to shine with the quote-unquote DMRs in these ranges. Now, sometimes it doesn't feel that way.
Yeah. Well, some medic weapons are designed for range, like the Mondragon, which is pretty strictly for range with a 3 to 3 bullet to kill. It's always going to take 3 bullets to kill. But then you have the M1907, which has a 300 RPM rate of fire, which is the same as the QBU88 in BF4. So pretty fast. You can also fire it in automatic. A comment on semi-autos and automatic. They now have a feature implemented wherein if you click the mouse button, up to before 100 milliseconds, arbitrarily before your weapon can fire, it'll actually just take that input and then assign it to the next rate of fire. So you can click a DMR just slightly off the correct tempo, and it'll still get you a perfect rate of fire. I believe they did this because it's pretty much making mouse macros completely irrelevant to get a good rate of fire on the semi-autos. Now, going back to the mid-range weapons, you have the M1907, which is a 3 to 5 bullets to kill. It's got the second best automatic time to kill in the game currently if you hit all your shots. That's until they bring in more SMGs for release. But it's pretty bad at range due to accuracy and damage issues, but it's extremely good at mid-range, and I recommend that anyone finding that their mid-range damage output isn't great to try it. Another great mid-range option is the MP18 Experimental, which is burst only. So it moves that spread increase first shot multiplier I mentioned earlier to the third shot instead of the first. So you can get some 3 back-to-back shots that are very, very accurate. So you can get potentially 3 back-to-back headshots. And that's good for mid-range as well.
So that's the thing. You're sacrificing that really full auto powerhouse up close to squeeze out a bit extra range with it. And it's very interesting the way that they've went on with balancing the weapons so far. And Cryptic, I've seen you play a lot of medic yourself on stream mostly as well. What's your thoughts on those mid-range engagements?
Currently, I think the mid-range is still fairly dominated by the medic guns, as in my opinion, as it should be. I mean, I think the biggest thing for me about them at the moment is visual recoil that has made its return.
So that's the big thing that we're talking about. Visual recoil is a lot of people are complaining about, and some people that are complaining about spread are inadvertently complaining about visual recoil because that's what they're actually seeing. Visual recoil is the same thing we had in BF4 and release, which you don't have anymore, which is good. But we're going to talk about more of that because that's a really primary talk here.
Yeah, there's a little bit of there is visual recoil. You know, your sights aren't glued to the center of the screen like before. It's certainly not as bad as BF4.
No, it's not. But the fact that it's back is just the fact that it's back is another thing. I mean, like back on the medic guns. I mean, they're really good. They do have. I think the early one has a bit more spread, and it was causing a lot of issues early on with a lot of people. But it's only exacerbated by the fact that visual recoil is back. At the moment, like to me, in my opinion, medic guns at the moment can dominate all 3 ranges, no real issue. Like up close, the automatic, can't remember the name of it now.
The automatico.
I'm talking the medic gun.
The 1907 SL.
Yeah.
1907 SL. Yeah, that one. Then I've been playing with that, and it's just phenomenal. Hip fire, even close range, you could still shut down so many SMGs. It's not funny, especially someone using the MP18. They are very strong in both the close and medium range target, and I can assure you they're going to get a lot of use. I've tried a bit with the SMGs. And they're great. I mean, the AEK is back in the form of a 26 bullet Automatico.
Or like a FAMAS.
And
kind
of like a FAMAS then. It's fantastic close range. Yeah, you can beat out the DMRs most of the time, or semi-automatics. But I think the MP18 seems to be lacking where it feels a bit sluggish. Good players will definitely be able to shut down the worst players with DMRs, but you get a good player on a DMR versus a good player on an MP18. I'm going to side with the person on the DMR winning most of the fights.
Correct.
Because it's just that easy. Much easier to connect the bullets, and it does so much more damage. It's not even funny.
You can, speaking of which, you can a DMR shooting the 2 fast DMRs, that's the Cherigotti and the M1907. Those 2 weapons beat the MP18 by 1 frame in close quarters, and that's if you're shooting at a perfect 300 RPM and you hit 100% of your shots. If you hit 3 of your 4 shots with the 2 DMRs and the MP18 guy misses 1 shot as well, the MP18 guy is going to win. So in a perfect environment, both players hitting 100% accuracy, the DMRs are going to win. But in a more random situation, the MP18 is probably going to win.
Yeah, exactly.
And
that again then comes back to visual recoil. You put in that.
That reminds me. your crosshair doesn't go to your center every time. Like if you take a shot with the DMR, it's not going to reset to the perfect center anymore. It's going to reset right or left. That's something that might be throwing the aim of people off. Is the
Okay,
fact
I
that you
didn't
don't
know that.
reset. Yeah, you don't reset to the center. It's kind of random. It's sort of like Scope's way, except it's enhanced right after you take a shot with the.
Is it a
So
feature
you-
or more like a bug? Are they gonna fix it or not?
I know it's intentional. So you can't just
It's intentional. Huh?
Yeah. So you actually have to correct your aim back to your aim point after you take a shot.
Which
with some of
makes
the
sense. It is a control and skill way. If not, then you just keep spamming at the same point. You actually have to drag it down.
But the big question is the bullet going where that new center point is?
Yeah,
Is it going
yeah.
that way, or is it still going to the center point?
Once it resets, I mean, because it actually moves your center point a little bit. So yes.
Okay,
it's
so
going to
the center point, so the bullet will also move to that different point.
Correct.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, that is a bit odd in my opinion. But I guess it kind of stops people from just spamming it away.
Correct.
But back onto what I was saying about the MP18 versus say the DMR in a 1-on-1 battle. Say it's aimed down sights, because we'll just go generally what people do. The biggest crush here, or the biggest problem, is the visual recoil.
Yeah.
And this,
it's also there's actually not much visual recoil. It's that people aren't used to the 2x zoom, and 0.2 left right recoil looks a lot bigger when you have zoom compared to the actual sub 1.0 multiplier of the reflex sights of BF4.
But is it really visual recoil, or is it random wobble on the?
There is some visual recoil, but I don't consider it a significant amount. It's the symmetric left right.
So it's basically your
recoil.
sight wobbles, basically.
Correct.
Yeah, well, that's what visual recoil was.
But that's
it's actually changing your aim point.
But is this random? Like, can you control it or not?
Okay. According to the files, there in the full release, you'll be able to customize whether your weapon will pull left or pull right or pull straight up. So you'll be able to keep the same amount of total horizontal recoil, which has always been random from BF3, BF4, BF1. It's horizontal recoil is always random. You can't control it. It occurs on a spectrum between, you have left and right. It'll occur at a random point between those two values. But you can actually customize your weapon so that it mostly pulls left or mostly pulls right or stays symmetric in the full release of the game.
Like a compensator.
So basically, yeah, attachments.
Yeah,
Correct.
but it does then only go to the left or only go to the right?
No, because that would be perfectly predictable and sort of ruins the point of what. Because horizontal recoil is one of those things that limits your range. It's like spread. It's random, and so the players can see where it's going, unlike spread. I mean, you can predict where it's going, but recoil is random and is just another way to limit weapons to a specific role.
All right.
Yeah.
So there's this randomness and the visual recoil. A lot of people are saying, well, any visual recoil is too much.
I mean, you can learn it. So
it's unnecessary in my opinion. I mean, why don't you just add a normal recoil like a real life weapon with pulls up and you just pull it down and that's it?
Well, I can tell you why. It's because the animation looks really weird without any sort of visual recoil. The weapon it's actually on your player's head. It's the player's head moving relative to the gun, and that totally makes sense from the perspective of realism, which is kind of irrelevant. But it makes the animations look very weird if you don't have any of that.
But you need to divide between actual recoil and spread at the same time. Like recoil is, in my opinion, something like it's a skill ceiling. That's what you can control. Like for example, in CS:GO, you can control the AK spray recoil. It's actually just recoil. Spread in Battlefield 1 is just like random to me. You can't control it, and that's a spread for a skill ceiling or for a competitive environment, because it's not dividing good and better or like worse players.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, recoil in this case is just the horizontal recoil is the only random part. You can still control vertical recoil just fine, since there's only it only occurs at one value. But one last point on randomness. is that in many cases, being a good player is about minimizing or mitigating the negative outcomes of a random event. So there are ranges in Battlefield 1 where you can fire a 3-round burst with the MP18 experimental and have all 3 shots hit, regardless of random deviation, because the deviation can only be so big. 3 shots, it's I think 0.26 degrees, and so if your target's model is bigger than that value, well, you'll achieve 100% hit rate if your recoil control is on and all that is correct. So I don't think randomness is the beast, the Satan, the Hitler of games. I think you can have random events and still have a very competitive game. The analogy I like to use for this is competitive poker.
Yeah,
because,
and Hearthstone as well. There's random elements in it.
Yeah, it's a very complicated story because then you're talking about long term and you're talking about events that are not one every 3 months. Like if you talk about poker or Hearthstone, especially poker, you're talking about something where players can only be considered as good players over the long term. So you're talking about you're not talking about esports. Honestly, if you want, like if let's say we have on BF1 an event every 3 months and there is a lot of random in the game, the guy that can win the event cannot be the best player overall because there is a long-term situation, and that's extremely frustrating for players. You are putting them in a situation where they're going in an offline event, and then like, okay, I might not win, even though I'm pretty sure I'm right now the best team in the world, and that's an extremely bad thing to have into esports. Like I understand what you say, that we can have on the long term something that is actually giving like the best players a recognition, but then you have to have a lot of events to have long terms. You see what I mean?
I see what you're saying. Over the course of 1 or 2 frags, the worst player might lose to the. I mean the better player might lose to the worst players because, random events. Say the worst player just does a random AK spray and hits 3 headshots in a row. That's possible. But over the course of a game, you'll have. I mean, obviously, some frags are going to be more important to the game than others. But over the course of the game, you have a whole lot of opportunities for the unlikely events to be, less likely, and that's why we play, more than one round, more than one map.
Obviously, but I'm just saying that there is always random in any video game, but I'm just saying that you cannot decide that the level of randomness of the game is small enough or to not to be decisive for the overall match. You cannot decide that in that sense of the game. That the game is random, but not enough to allow Team 1 to always win against Team 2, even though Team 1 is better. It's something that you can only know on the long term.
But it's not that random, to be honest, because I know there's some sort of randomness, and there's in every game. Even in CSGO, players can flinch.
CSGO has a ton of randomness, yes.
Yeah, I know. And but in Battlefield, I think people are like too hooked, like they are slaughtering the game because of randomness. But a team like Fnatic can't just win 5 ESL ones in a row based on randomness.
I do think that the domination game on it, but it's another story. But I do think it was not random. I do think like the random factor was actually lower than we think. That's I'm just saying that these things cannot be decided by pure theory. We actually need to play the game, the competitive mode, before we actually see in action that the game was or was not with a high degree of randomness.
So to go to another part of this topic, we go back to the same thing.
I have a question for Ala.
Please.
I have a question. Okay. What do you feel is the best way that we can have randomness in a game? Because there has to be some. You have to limit weapons to a certain range. So how would you suggest that we go about determining the right level of randomness in a game and make it, a good competitive game?
I guess if I can speak about it, it's not a question of randomness. Just because, for example, you take the example of CS:GO. Actually, if you want to be good and really on point on CS:GO, you have to play like thousands of hours and know the strategy and stuff. Like for the Battlefield series, it's a simple game basically, and like everyone have to play a bit just to be to know the basics. And actually, this is what is missing for good competitive, in my opinion, is that you need the step, the step up between the professional players, the scene of
good feeling.
professionals, and the people who are just playing like Battlefield,
Casual.
the casual ones, because they play Battlefield because they love to play tanks.
But
and
don't you
stuff.
think you already have that with BF1, where one, not only are you limited by the fact that the weapons, let's say you're playing with the MP18, you're definitely not going to be able to counter snipe someone like you could in M16 in BF3, for example.
Of course,
That's one part, and number two, it's really all about picking the correct class for that sort of engagement. You still have some sort of randomness, yes, because of the nature of the engagement, but overall, like Marble was saying, the lesser skilled player might win one or two 1v1s, but in the grand scheme of things, you'll definitely be winning out mostly. And again, we're trying to tie this between public and competitive play.
Yeah, exactly. And it's also a lot of question in competitive play. It's a lot of question of game mode. It's more something that has to do with how we are organizing ourselves as players. Like, are we doing BO3 or BO1? Are we doing like a game mode that is giving long term to players with long games? That's not something that has so much to do with the game. I mean, I wasn't saying that the game is random. I don't especially think it is, personally. But I do think that we should not take poker or Hearthstone ever as an example in competitive FPS games, because they are long-term games, and we are not. I was just saying that.
Actually, the main problem on the Battlefield series is that in like 3 years of competitive, they didn't fix a single mode. Like I was saying, at the end of Battlefield 3 for Battlefield 4, keeping the small conquest, but just reforming the maps. Like we all were used to play like I will take example of the map like Theron and Bazaar and stuff. I don't know why they didn't keep up like to have a kind of fluidity, and that is what is lacking the most for Battlefield. Is the simplicity and the way to play the same stuff every game, like for CS:GO. Like they keep the same maps and they're just putting some new stuff on it, and it's working after 15 years. So why in Battlefield it would not work? That's why I'm not understanding that.
It's a different system. With CS, the main audience is a competitive audience, even on the casual levels. In Battlefield, it's completely different. It's a different marketing thing. It's a different business aspect that we can't ask to change the entire formula of the game and the entire series for this. I think it would be too much from what we've seen so far from DICE. I don't think anybody would be really up for it.
Actually,
but I agree. Sorry, I just want to say that I agree with what Rella said earlier, because I know what Marvel means, and like talking about the random part of the game. But what I think Rella was trying to say is that justifying randomness in FPS games or going that direction is wrong, and I completely agree on that part. Even though it's all right for now, but this is definitely, in my opinion, a step away from competition or from skill.
Well, speaking about things in competition, to keep moving the topics as well, because I'm pretty sure we can spend all night talking about just this topic.
Yes, we can.
But let's move on to suppression and what is it? We had this as well. The flinching from being shot. First, let's start off with flinching. I know Cryptic had a few things to say about that, so let's start off with them.
So the thing is back. It's back. I don't know why they decided to make it the way it was at the start of Battlefield 4, but it is back the way it is, and it's absolutely ridiculous. I go into a gunfight with a guy through a window, I shoot him in the head or in the chest, and he bends down, and I'm just like, I don't understand. The worst part is, it's the exact same, and I'm trying to understand why I mean, CS is having this big problem at the moment where people are jumping off high objects and then going down below cover. And, you know, it's an uproar over there. But why isn't it uproar in this game? It's ridiculous. And not only that, it's not server-side or anything. It's a client-side animation. So you'll see that, but no one else will see that. And it's not something that needs to be in the game. I mean, if you want to do a little artistic like flinch, that's fine. But to the extent that it's doing it now is quite big, and it's quite annoying.
But didn't we have that fixed to some extent in Battlefield 4?
That was, yeah. So that was fixed. Well, it was fixed a long time into Battlefield 4's release. I think it was like on the second year it was fixed. But it wasn't completely removed. It was just toned down. But the fact that it's gone back to where it was before is, it's just really really bad. And not only that, but like other animations as well. We had the Zuzu jump in Battlefield 4, like going around corners and then head going into the ground and stuff. That's sort of in the game currently. If you climb over a wall or if you jump off a building, you will do the Zuzu jump 100% of the time. You can come around corners like that. And that's all these additional animations to make the game look more impressive, but really all it's doing is hindering gameplay, because I can jump over a wall behind an object and just shoot a guy over that object. And I don't agree with that style of gameplay. It's just really annoying, in my opinion.
So would it make sense to at least, if not to remove it completely, if it's not possible or it's a decision that shouldn't be, they don't want to remove it completely, but at least be possible to tone it down to the Battlefield 4 levels where you still have that visual flinching. It still look, good for somebody that's watching it or making videos about it. But at the same time, if you're playing in a 1v1 situation, or if it's competitive, that way you don't have to worry about this random movement that the enemy soldier is going to have where they duck their head when they get shot or something like that, and you can't go for another shot. Would it just be better to at least tone it down to what it was before?
Yeah, 100% needs to be toned down. Like, there's no doubt about it. I mean, the fact that the hitbox is moving with it as well, it seems, especially when shooting people through windows, is just, it shows that one or two things need to happen. They need to tone it down to the point where he can't bend over down below a window or an object when he gets shot, or they need to leave the hitbox where he was, so I can shoot where he should be and still get a kill.
Yeah, because if I'm not mistaken, the hitbox moves as well with the character.
Yeah, that's right.
So that's the biggest. That's a real problem here. Is that
it's latched on.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you're gonna change it where you can still have your pretty animation and you can still shoot the hitbox, the only person it's affecting is the person that's getting the kill, because no one else sees it. The person on the receiving end won't see it, or it won't affect them. So one or two things need to happen: is they need to turn it right down and get rid of it, or leave the hitbox where it is, because it's another random element that they're adding to the game on top of visual recoil and other stuff that we just went through, and it causes really frustrating moments.
Yeah, but they did try to fix it in Battlefield 4, so why is it back in the game again?
But that's the thing that we're talking
exactly
about.
Right.
It was
down. Why is visual recoil back in the game again? I mean, obviously they're going through design decisions, and let's not forget this was all fixed by DICE LA.
Which are very different.
Okay.
Say this.
So
it's completely different than DICE stuff.
That's a very good point.
Though I'm pretty sure DICE LA have been working on some of Battlefield 1, but this is the main studio working on it again. So they probably haven't seen maybe the elements, or they're just going with their gut of the way it was before. I don't know, but this needs to be a kind of another voiced, louder problem, because if it comes back into the main game, especially in a competitive environment, it's going to be extremely annoying.
Right, and to come back to the earlier days, Dogbird, how did you see this play into the earlier days of BF4? Because this is basically what we have back again with the flinch.
What in relation to buggy gameplay?
In relation to 1v1 fights in competitive setting where you had this sort of flinch animation.
You just kind of accepted it was something that was a part of the game. Players dealt with it the way they could. I mean, this is something that's been an inherent issue with Battlefield since 42. I mean, it's never been perfect. I think, trying to remember any time anyone's ever felt it's been quite right. I don't think anyone would ever agree. I mean, BF2 was messy. I would say Bad Company, BF3 and BF4 were much better than previous games, but I don't quite know how Hardline was, but...
Well, in
Nobody wants
in
that.
2142 and Battlefield 2, it was more side to side movement. The models weren't going crazy, bending right down and
Dolphin
going
diving.
behind cover.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but that's a different thing. Dolphin
Oh, I
diving's an
know.
entirely different thing. I mean, that's more of a move that you can actually control and do yourself. I'm talking about that's something that's currently not in the control of anybody. Like, this is something that just happens because you're shooting someone, and it's
something-
rewarding.
I feel that it's going to be something. It's I don't want to say it's anything to do with the Frostbite engine. It's probably not, but I don't know. I think Battlefield's always going to have a slightly weaker gunplay compared to some other FPSs. I think it's just the nature of the size of the game that they have.
Oh, I don't. It's not the gunplay. It's like they fixed this issue before, and now it's back, and we're not seeing much about it at the moment. Where it kind of there was a lot about it in Battlefield 4. Like, it was a big thing people were making issue of. Even the casual players were doing the same thing, and that's why it got fixed. But now it's back to the way it was, and it really hasn't been mentioned, and it needs to be out there that it's back and it's not accepted.
And just like we had, for example, with head glitching in BF4, where yes, to some extent it was fixed by the end. It was a workaround that they try to do, where your player, when aiming down sight, it would just appear taller instead of having, let's say, the objects in front of him being a bit shorter, so he would peer over them. So you didn't have that kind of thing. Where they toned down the flinching on when you shot another player. So in those two in combination made it so you could actually pick off someone off of a head glitch, which is basically the biggest problem here. If somebody's peering at a window or holding a ladder still, basically you can actually engage him and take a winnable fight if you're more accurate than that player, or playing at a range where your kit gives you an advantage.
And
See,
they
but that's
they also changed that you can two-shot people in close quarters with headshots. That's what also made a big impact.
Yeah, they changed it to 2 to 3, wasn't it? Something like that.
No, from 3 to 2. Like, you only need headshots in close quarters.
And Rella, on your own experience, because I know you're one of the more accurate and erratic players when it comes to that kind of aggressive style of gameplay. Did you see this kind of flinching really affect you in your play session so far in BF1?
Yeah, not really actually. Honestly, I think that no. Honestly, no. I don't know. I'm not especially using sniper or automatic sniper rifle either, so maybe it's the reason. But not really. I mean, no, I don't have anything interesting to say about this. Sorry.
No.
Yeah, it's more taking gunfights, just say with like the medic guns. I mean, and through windows. Like, not a lot of people do that. If you're doing it with an SMG and stuff, it's not going to really matter because it's not really in the area where you should be fighting with that type of stuff. But I've been using sniper rifles and DMRs and stuff because I already know how to use the SMG. I already know how to spray things. That's no issue. But I wanted to learn the new weapons, and this is becoming an apparent problem. And the odd thing is that the head glitch fix is still in the game, but this fix was left out for some reason.
Right.
Yeah, it really feels like DICE LA did all the good work for Battlefield 4 in the end. Meanwhile, like, I don't know, DICE Sweden just put all the bad stuff into the game again. Like, really just feels like that.
I wouldn't go that far.
Sure.
I wouldn't go that far. I just think that, this issue needs to be brought up and mentioned quite a bit to hopefully get the attention that it needs to get it fixed.
All right. And from this onto another part of the topic, the suppression. Obviously, we're all pretty used by now to getting picked off by snipers at range, or when they shoot you once, or you have that sort of suppression feel. But is it really translated into the game? Does it add that extra recoil if the bullets whiz by? It really does. But it would have been nice to have Marble, but unfortunately he's having some internet issues right now. So hopefully we can get him back to talk about this at a later time. But you guys' experience in terms of the suppression in the game. What are they so far?
I don't think it's still in the game, and it's still something I completely disagree with, rewarding people that are missing. But I haven't really had a huge issue with it like I did Battlefield 4. And I think that may be down to the fact that the guns are shooting slower and they're a bit more controllable. But again, I don't agree with that mechanic. And yeah, if we really want to get to it, I've got so many things to complain about it. But you know, Battlefield 1 hasn't been a huge problem.
But moving from BF3, BF4 to now BF1, I definitely feel that it's gone down.
It's definitely toned down. It's still there, but it's definitely not. It's not as big issue as it used to be. I always had the stance that if it's going to be in the game, it should be purely visual and nothing else. But you can still feel it. You can still feel it, especially on SMGs, if you're getting pinged from a distance.
No, definitely.
Yeah, completely agree.
Visually, it could be something immersive, so I understand why they want to put that thing in the game. But I don't think they would need necessarily to make it like affecting your gameplay so much. As you said, visually it's good. It's good for players that just want the old war experience that which are like the biggest part of Battlefield. So I understand they think about them necessarily, but I mean you can have the old war experience just on your screen without necessarily shooting like you're drunk at the same time.
Yeah, exactly right.
I think a balance is still possible.
All right. So I definitely do think that, personally, I don't know what you guys think about this, but with Battlefield 1, we've had these 4 multiple classes, and for once, so far, the classes actually have a reason to be used. Let's say you're playing the Assault class, you have it for the SMG up close, you can go for the MP18 Experimental, at least so far in the beta weapons, to have that extra range in mid-range because accuracy is just doubled to some extent with that. You can take out the tanks. We're going to talk about the tanks right after this topic. And if you want to go for revives, you want to play the mid-range play, you go for the medic, you can do that. You can still be effective up close with certain weapons. Certain weapons have a very, very long range with some more recoil to deal with. You have your, in my opinion, the weakest class so far, or amongst all the 4, still the support class, where the LMGs I don't really feel that they add too much to the game right now. They're not really good at any engagement, but you still have the class for extra ammo, I guess. And then you have the squad class, where everybody agrees that the sniper rifles are so good, there's a very good reason and a very good chance that we might see these in competitive play, if there is any.
The weapons actually, for the first time, from my perspective, they seem like I don't know what the right word is, but they seem like balanced. I mean, if there's a tournament now, I don't see like which weapons to ban actually anymore.
Yeah, that's the thing. We'll go with Pio as well.
That's a big plus. Maybe C4s, yeah. I don't know, but it depends on the game mode. But right now, I don't see even Claymores. I talked about with you about it yesterday, Miloš.
Yeah.
Even the Claymores, I mean, they can be for use as well, because it's not that they're like hidden or they're invisible or anything like.
They are very, very visible, very, very visible. So, and with the way the maps are designed, you don't really run into that much of a problem with them. So for once, yeah. I have to say that when it comes to weapon balance, I don't really see too much to be taken out of the game for competitive play, which is good. You want to have that, and you want to have it so anybody that's watching can say, well, they can access everything. So they're playing basically the game that I'm playing as well, unlike what we had with BF4, where half the weapons were banned to some extent, where you could only use like a dozen of them.
Yeah, but right now we need to understand it's just only the beta, not all guns are in the game, and not all gadgets are in the game.
For now.
Yeah, for now it seems good, yeah. It seems balanced.
Seems
But
good.
it's yeah, as you say, like Battlefield 4 beta had also pretty good weapons in my opinion. Like it was a AK, and it was insanely agreeable to play AK only against people that
Now,
used
everybody
AK.
used the Scar H.
I remember we talked about it.
Sky
We
shouldn't
had,
play
on the beta,
Yeah.
we talked about playing AK. Yeah.
Yeah,
Or
but
ICW.
I think it's going to be like very hard for the guys making the game to balance with all the weapons, with the DLC weapons. I mean, balancing takes such a long time, and if you keep
Yeah.
adding weapons, I mean, I know there is going to be something unbalanced. It has to happen. Sadly, as competent as people can be, you cannot balance things perfectly when you have too much things in the game, and I mean,
That's
it's something
true.
we have to do
Yeah.
within Battlefield.
When you have this many weapons, there's bound to be one or two where you can't really, get it together perfectly. That's for sure.
Exactly. And the biggest thing with that is I think we've seen the most powerful close quarters weapon is the new FAMAS, basically.
Yeah.
I don't see any other SMGs putting up the same stats to that. I mean, it's 900 RPM. There's nothing in World War One that can face at that. In that fire rate. I mean, the only other SMG that could be added is possibly something that gives it extra distance. Otherwise, many people are going to default straight to that gun as it is, and even then, it doesn't really feel
But here's
that
the thing.
overpowered.
The thing
It
with
doesn't feel that
BF1,
overpowered.
so far, at least when you're looking at the customization screen, a lot of it comes down to which variant of the weapon are you using.
Yeah,
Because certain
and
variants are better at certain distances and at certain decisions.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to see in the final release. Like, we're not going to see a thousand, like, 4 or 6 or 7 more guns. I think we're going to see maybe 3 more guns with 3 variants each.
Yeah.
And I still think what we got in the beta is going to be pretty good gauging of what we're going to be getting in the full game, because there's not possibly a huge difference there. It should be.
Scar H with the red dots gonna appear.
Experimental for that time.
Yeah.
All right, it's going to be a DLC
It's the last unlock.
It's going to be the super futuristic DLC at the end.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
Or spell pickups.
it's like when everybody unlocked the M16
You
A2
remember me,
in Bad
DLC.
Company.
Final Stand and Battlefield 4 DLC and Battlefield 1.
Please
No, but
don't talk
what
those
about
maps.
what about shotguns actually? Like say a
Yeah,
band in
there's
FPSR,
there's only one shotgun right now, and for me,
Uh,
the thing with the shotgun is it's really gonna depend on the game mode and the map you're gonna be playing on.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And they're not as strong as they were in Battlefield 4. There is going to be one more. I think it was a double-barreled one or something coming later on, but they're not as strong as they used to be, and you can easily cut someone down using them. It's not that hard anymore.
Yeah, it's mostly gonna depend on the map, like how big it's gonna be. But we could actually allow them. I don't see a big difference.
Yeah,
I
Shotguns.
agree.
No, there's no slugs or dart. Well, I hope no.
Well,
yeah, no
not yet,
slugs or
yeah.
darts.
No.
Yeah, it seems like there's just going to be the standard bullet, and that's what matters. I mean, in Battlefield 3, you could put a slug onto an 870 and use it as a sniper rifle.
No man, I remember the SPAS 12. Everybody used it.
Beginning.
Yeah, I mean, you won't. I don't think you'll be able to do that kind of stuff in Battlefield 1. Well, I hope not.
Good times.
Good.
But like on
Remembering
on
that
the point before, I mean, the variety of classes at the moment, it seems like each class, besides maybe the support, has a viability of use in a competitive environment. Bolt action rifles feel really good and really responsive. You've got your SMGs that close range, close quarters, and then you still got your medic guns, your DMRs for the mid range. And I think we're going to see a variety of use in regards to what we saw in Battlefield 4 and Battlefield 3, where it was medics and maybe one engineer.
Yeah, and the thing is now, even with the flare gadget on the Scout, I think it just seems pretty good to use. It's not your MAV that was untouchable in
Yeah.
BF4. It's a one use. You have these two bits of ammo in your gun, and they spot for a limited amount of time. So
Yeah, exactly.
and it's only one specific area, so you can't just use it like your tugs, like your motion balls, multiple. Like you could have like 3 or 4 of them those kinds of things. I think this so far is looking pretty good in terms of the gadgets, not having a lot of really weird gadgets as well that will influence the gameplay.
There's only the one gadget that I can see at the moment that's 100% going to be banned, and that's the second flare that you can unlock. And I don't know if anybody's unlocked that yet, but it's quite literally shooting a sun from Battlefield 3 out of your flare gun, and you cannot see a thing.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen that yet?
No.
Oh, it is headache inducing. It's just ridiculous.
It's like the
And it-
flashbangs
But
when
it's
they were
first.
broken.
And like, I mean, yeah, it won't be as useful and competitive. But think of maps like we're definitely getting close quarters maps, right? Ones with corridors and stuff. You put a flare in that corridor, like people
man.
can't look up that thing.
Yeah,
It's completely useless.
I know, like,
And
Brett right now is just joined the chat, and I know he will remember this perfectly. Back in BF4 when we were gearing up to the Gamescom qualifiers for 2015, and flashbangs were still allowed back then, but they were severely buffed to a point where we just said, please, can they be banned instantly, because you spend your entire game, like 98% of the game, with a white screen as a player or as a spectator commentator. And that's from what you're describing, the Cryptic, it's very much the same way.
it's really, really bad. Like, trust me when I say it's extremely bad. It's incredible. I don't think it'll stay like that for how ridiculous it is at the stage. But yeah, that's probably the only gadget I have a problem with.
Well, it's looking good so far. But so we're done with the gunplay so far. This is one of the biggest topics that we were going to talk about. That's why it took so long. But we're going to be taking some questions for the next few minutes from guys in the chat. So if you have any questions, any suggestions when it comes to these things, Marble did a very good job of explaining the site wobble, the quote unquote randomness, and that kind of stuff. And I really. Yes?
Yep, sorry. Maybe if I can just add just something just to clear up the point. Through the classes, the thing is they are very, very calibrated, so it can allow regardless, it's gonna be depend of the gameplay we're gonna use in competitive, if there is competitive, but it's gonna be allowed to, like, everyone get his own things to do, and it's gonna be pretty much more closer than other good competitive games, like for example in League of Legends you have the ADC, you have the support.
Well, you would have something like this where somebody is a dedicated assault, because the assault class is really good at a couple of good things. You have the scout.
Can be possible.
What?
Dedicated horse.
Yeah,
and
dedicated horse. Yes.
Oh, don't get me started. The cavalry class has extra armor, and it just drives me insane.
Yeah, I think it's going to be fixed in the final version of the game, from what I heard.
We have a couple of good stuff. Audio and visual spotting, which have been completely reworked. At least video spotting, the audio spotting. You can still hear the person. That's if you spam Q or able to spot them at range, you can hear your players saying whatever they say in Turkish. I don't speak Turkish, but they say it that there's an enemy spotted and that kind of stuff. You can still hear it, but do we still have the same audio cues that we had before, especially in BF3? I don't really think so.
No, not as apparent. Not as apparent as they were in Battlefield. Like you can't really hear the soldiers that much anymore, can you?
No,
I don't know if
not
it's
much.
because the
in my experience,
because of the sounds. I think the sound mixing might be off. I think because we can't adjust the music or the thing separately, so I think we might have to wait until we can adjust all those sound differences to find out.
No, but in general, the sound of Battlefield 1 is I don't know what to say about it, but I expected more from it after Battlefield 4 and
I don't
like
know.
even
I think it's pretty freaking amazing. From my time of playing exclusively on war tapes, from what I'm expecting a close range engagement, I'm hearing the player walking around, and I'm not able to really distinguish them spotting. When they spot someone, the audio cue is very low, if it even exists. I'm not sure, but I can hear them definitely moving around. and that's how I'm able to see. Okay, there's someone around me, and I'm gonna be alert for that eventual confrontation that we're gonna have.
Really? Okay. Like maybe I need to change something on my audio settings then, but in Battlefield 1 I got knifed more often than in other
we're gonna talk
any other
about
Battlefield
all right.
before.
Next up,
No,
very quickly.
not just because like the charge or anything like that, but because I couldn't hear the
Yeah,
enemy
same.
right behind me.
Yeah, shit, but
That's
maybe
true,
it's the word
actually.
waves thing.
I don't hear footsteps in this game clearly. Like Battlefield 4 was so much better, and they changed it mid-game too. They changed the directional sound of the audio footsteps, like 2014 summer, something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're right.
But
the
now in
music,
Battlefield 1,
the music is a thing. Like Brett's
no, it's
talking
not just
about.
the music. It's just there's nothing else on the map. I'm just alone in a single building, and I can't hear the guy who's going up the stairs behind me.
Yeah,
It's
you know, like
impossible.
in Gold Mode, which was a similar environment, usually you could exactly know where the guy in the same house than you was, and if he dropped to kill you, for
Yeah,
example.
exactly. You
And
can even hear him in the second house.
Yeah, and you can't really do it now. I mean, maybe it's just the war tape thing that we don't have. I don't know. We should try, but for me, I can't either. So
Their footsteps
Yeah.
are definitely quieter. That's the big thing. Especially when you're getting bayonet charged, you can't hear a single thing. You'll just end up dead.
Yeah, that's the next big topic, the bayonet charge itself.
So yeah, the bayonet charge and the melee. How do we change the bayonet charge? We're actually talking about this, and with Safe especially yesterday, and we thought, okay, well, if you get charged from behind, that definitely should be a one hit kill, all right? No matter what it is,
yeah,
because it's from behind. But if you're being hit up front, you should have a counter knife. And
Not a counter knife, just do 50 damage, just like with a normal knife. If
But
you
what
knife
if-
someone,
What if you're being charged because you're charging? You're not just hitting someone.
yeah,
I
but you're
don't
fast,
want something like
so-
counter knife in this. And to be honest, I don't even want this bayonet charge in the game.
Yeah,
From
well,
my opinion, it's just complete bullshit.
You can't remove the bayonet charge.
No,
It's a thing.
actually
That,
cool. So yeah,
Yeah,
maybe
but
70 or damages or something that doesn't kill you. You know, still have possibility to finish the guy.
Yeah, exactly. But not put something like counter knife in the back in the game again. That will be almost
Yeah.
as bad in my opinion.
Look,
and
I
this
don't.
is an idea actually. Charge will be cancelled when the enemy gets shot. I think that
I
the
don't-
amount of time when I've shot a guy, and he was still charging me, and he killed me with 10 health remaining, is a bit silly.
It could
Well,
be a
that's-
good
that's-
idea.
That's the point of the bayonet charge. I mean, the way I look at it now, it's not gonna. We can't hope for it to only do 50 or 70 damage because that's not going to happen.
No.
Otherwise, there's no point. There's no point of having it there. The biggest problem at the moment is you can bayonet charge someone from 1 foot away or 2 feet away, and it will do the bayonet charge animation. What I think needs to happen is there has to be a certain amount of time travel, so you gain that momentum to actually get the kill. Because currently, you can stand right behind someone, press Shift F, and you get the bayonet charge animation. So there needs to be, say, they have to travel 6 feet. They have to be a fair distance away from you to be able to get it off. Otherwise, if they're right up close to you, which happens quite often, and they're charging you, and they get you, that's, in my opinion, that's bullshit. They shouldn't be able to do that.
Or just maybe
So-
like half the time of the bayonet charge in general, because you can just like say, okay, you're too close to me, you are not allowed to bayonet charge right now. But I understand
Yeah,
what
that's
you
exactly
mean.
right.
So instead
Yeah,
of
that's
having
fair.
it, basically the timer or the distance would be put out for the player with the timer that you have on your screen, which is the circle that goes down for the end of the
Yeah.
charge. And when it reaches, let's say, 60% or 50%, is where a time where
The one hit
would
kill
be able
happens.
to, yeah, there we go. And if
Yeah,
it's
so it
anything
needs-
less, then you wouldn't be able to get the one hit.
Yeah, you need to build up the momentum, just like you would in real life. I mean, I don't care, like, for comparisons to real life, but that's just what needs to happen with the bayonet charge.
It's
at
a
the
game.
moment.
You can't really just have it,
Yeah.
completely exactly like real life.
Exactly. But at the moment, that's what needs to happen to fix the bayonet charge, because we can't hope and wish for it to do less damage or for it to be removed, because it's not going to happen. There's people that like it. This is also for the casuals.
Oh, I like it.
So-
It looks really sick when you do it. But the thing is, it's when it comes to gameplay, it's very frustrating. And there's
Yeah, for the
should be-
first 10 times, it's gonna be funny. Also for the casual players, if you do
Yeah.
it like for the first 10 times, it's gonna be fun. Oh, it's cool. It looks amazing. But then after that, if you play this game for a couple more months, it's gonna be so annoying. And for everyone, not just for the competitive
Yeah.
players, but also for every single casual player.
I'm all for it. I'm all for this. All right. Anybody want to add anything to this? Dogbert, Pio?
No, I don't think I have anything to add to it at all.
All right. So let's move on to the next topic. I think we've spoken quite a bit about this. Anyways, guys, thanks for everyone that's already in here. If you're having fun, then be sure to tweet this out to everybody you know, Battlelog, Facebook, all that kind of stuff. It's very important that we get people's feedback on this as well. We can literally spend 24 hours talking about this, and it still wouldn't be enough to cover everything. And we realize how difficult it is as a developer to take all of this in and really translate it into actual work on the title itself. There are limitations, there are things you can't do, there's things you're committed to doing, but we're trying to find certain fixes to some glaring issues, because I think most of us here, again, do agree that the game is pretty sick, but these things are holding it back in our opinions, in our very humble opinions. So moving on, next topic is going to be maps, size, and theme. We've only seen 2 maps so far in the beta. People have only been able to play one, Sinai Desert. I mean, it's an okay map. I'll just leave it at that for me. Playing St. Quentin Scar for 3 or 4 hours during the alpha was fun. I definitely think it's much more fun to play it versus Sinai Desert. And what I like, though, is the variety in engagement distances. I don't agree with the fact that on Sinai, E-Flag, you literally need to take your passport to get to the other side because it's so far away. But there definitely is some sort of design mindset to say, okay, well, we have this village area, and around it there's these 2-3 flags that are very important to the game, hold the middle of the map as well, so you're limiting flow. You have to work around them in a certain way. I think it's better to some extent in terms of flow of the engagements than BF4.
Yeah, well, in terms of maps, we don't really know what to expect yet, besides here St. Quentin Star and here Sinai. What we expect before this whole game got released pretty much is just like trench warfare, because World War 1 is just like known for all these like trenches.
It's known for that, but it's not really at all like this. It's
the gameplay.
Yeah, but in reality, it really has nothing to do with this.
We still saw that one map with trenches in the trailer, so I expect we're gonna get like a trench map for sure.
Part of it was taken from St. Quentin Scar. It does have a trench area, but it's relatively small, so.
Yeah, let's just see a couple of interesting settings or like maps, areas they could play in.
And Brett, you can definitely join if you want to. I was counting that it's Friday night, and the time we're starting, Brett won't be able to join. But if Brett wants to come in, I would definitely love to have him on here.
And Horik.
Yes, you can call Duke PT as well.
That was a Spynet chat.
Just get a party up in here.
And 5 translators.
Well, going on into this, I think the bigger debate would be how the size of the map relates to the power of different kits and different, their different weapons. Welcome, Brett. Hello.
What's up, guys?
What's up?
Hey, Brett.
What's happening?
So, but right before we continue into this, we're gonna give Brett the opportunity to, introduce himself. For anybody that doesn't have a clue who he is, I don't know, like, who that random person would be, but please.
Yeah, so Brett FX, I have been casting since Battlefield 3, as well as hosting events. I did a bunch of 32v32 stuff with Team Reddit, Level BF, and done a bunch of adminning as well. Cast ESL 1 for group stages, I think, from Season 1 all the way up to 4, and then I had the opportunity of actually casting the Americas from Season 5 to 7, as well as 2 offline finals, and then I've done a host of other 10v10, 8v8, 16 versus 16s, 12v12s, all kinds of stuff like that through multiple different Battlefield titles.
Best Battlefield caster so far.
In
my humble opinion.
Sweet Dogbird, how are you doing, my man?
Great.
God fucking damn.
Better you're here.
Alright, my heart is broken. I'll only say that. Yeah, that burned for Melosh. I know. It's all right. I wasn't there when Dogbird and Brett were casting together. I'll give you that. However,
I'm sure we might get the pleasure one day.
one day that would be fantastic. That's for sure.
I'll hold on to that.
Well, assuming that we would actually get a minimum to run with BF1, that would be pretty sick. Yeah, who knows? Fingers are definitely crossed. But we're talking about this here, Brett, with maps, the size, the theme, and how they tie in with the different classes and their own balance. What's your take on it from playing so far, and especially playing during the alpha and the experimental stages of the game?
Okay, so you're wanting to know about like the classes and how they fit in with each other?
And how they fit in exactly with the map size this time around.
Well, I think right now the core the way so basically Battlefield 4 or Battlefield franchise, to me anyways, one of the key points to it and one of the things that's always stood out was the way the classes work together and they interact with each other. Every game, or a lot of games out there, have classes: sniper, SMG, or AR, whatever it may be. But nobody has classes that interact like Battlefield does. And in Battlefield 1, I think they are broken. At the core, it is broken right now. The biggest one being, and I know you guys touched on this a little bit about medics. Medic, I think, is confused. I think right now they're sitting here saying, well, we don't want the medic to be that dominant force that we saw in Battlefield 3, we saw in Battlefield 4, where he is the frontline guy. He's able to heal himself up, and he can do massive damage with the AR. Well, the problem is that now they've given him a DMR. And they're like, okay, we want you to sit back. And you can tell they want him to sit back because they also gave him med packs that they can throw. So they know what my next point is going to be is a problem. That problem is that medics cannot hold their own where they need to be. They have to be on the front lines. And right now they can't be on the front lines because their kits are shit. They're terrible. Yeah. Sorry for cursing there. But they're terrible. And right now, they cannot do what they are supposed to be doing. Now, in competitive play, especially like 8v8s and 10v10s, you might be able to get away with it because you have a lot more communication going on with the teams. You know, your guys are going to be able to say, hey, it's clear, it's not clear, there's 2 guys on here, yada, yada, yada. But in public servers, where it's really important, they are broken. It is so bad. The reason why people aren't getting med and revived, it's not because, well, nobody wants to do it, or the sniper class is OP, or anything like that. It's quite simply because there's no incentive for them to risk their lives and possibly get just a few points and die.
Yep.
So they need to change, in my opinion, which they won't do. It's already set in stone. They need to change the weapon of the medic to the SMG. And I know a lot of people are going, you can't do that because everybody uses SMGs. But the thing is that the way that they're designing the maps right now, Small Conquest is gone. Yeah. It hasn't been confirmed if it's going to come back yet.
We'll go through that later, actually.
But right now, Small Conquest is gone. So only Large Conquest. We're looking at Rush for a possible replacement for Conquest, just because it's a smaller game site and it fits 8v8, 10v10s a little bit better. Still, the map that we've tested, it's big. It's really big. So submachine guns aren't going to be as effective on those particular maps. You're going to have that DMR guy. And I got to tell you what, that last DMR you can unlock is bad freaking ass in the beta right now. So, it can do damage, but again, he's the med class, so he's not going to be able to actually do his job. So they need to switch up that kit, in my opinion. Support, not too bad. Right now, I played a little bit of them. I'm still not a big fan of the whole hold the trigger down, gets more accurate thing. That's not really, it's just counterintuitive to me. You guys can say that it's bouncing out, blah, 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 blah. Whatever it may be. Personally, I just don't like it. It's counterintuitive. The sniper, I like the sniper. I really, really, really like the sniper right now. And I know a lot of people are bitching and moaning and they're saying, well, everybody is using sniper class. Well, yeah, look at the map we're playing on. It makes sense that everybody uses the sniper class.
It's a huge map with so many rooftops and so many places. Of course, they're going to run recon. Of course, other than that, we're saying, they're talking about the medic, that it's a bit confused. You don't know if you want to play those mid-range frags, but at the same time, you're the class that's supposed to be reviving, so you should be up close. So there's a very high incentive to play that solo recon and get your quote-unquote frac clips, instead of playing a medic with a squad and moving up and reviving, because you don't really have that ability to fight up either up close or at range.
Exactly. So we tested out 12v12. We did it with Synthic and PTC. We had two full teams that were playing against each other in last night for Rush. Okay, and we played several rounds. I think we played for like 2 hours, round after round. We tested it with certain armor on, certain armor, taken off of the map, whether we had armor at all, numbers of them, all that kind of good stuff. And what we found out was that the sniper class, while he is very, very effective, you can't have too many of them because obviously then you'll just go overrun. The armor is really good at taking them down,
Yes.
and just kind of pushing past them because you need something to take those tanks out. So you have to strike this really good balance between your team, but they still are an integral part on the battlefield, which I love. There were moments where, and I'm hoping that most of those guys recorded because I want to be able to send some of this stuff to developers. But there were a couple of moments where a few of those guys as snipers were able to do some massive damage on a few pushes that were coming in. And while they didn't stop it completely, they definitely slowed it down and allowed the rest of their team to be able to come up. And that's really what a sniper is there for, in my opinion, for this game. So with him having that beast of a rifle, I think that's going to be good. Also with him having the flares. Now the flash flare, I completely agree with you, Cryptic. That is stupid. You can basically take three people. Well, you can take 2 people with flash flares, and because you get 4 of them by default, as well as the fact that the support can instantly resupply you, you can literally spam those things around the objective, and nobody can see anything. It's terrible. I've already experienced this once in Rush, right there in the canyon. It was actually in a public server too. They just spammed a whole bunch of flares, and you couldn't see anything. So, that right there is probably gonna get banned. But the flare to just illuminate people on the minimap, awesome. I love that feature of it.
Yes.
And I'm kind of hoping that if we do see a Rush come in for a competitive, we see like a really cool combo with the artillery coming in from the MCOMs, and then that flare going up to spot them out. So that'd be really, really neat to see how that ends up turning out.
Yeah, we're definitely all for the flare, and that's what we were talking about before, that the way that the classes are working and their gadgets, we're not really seeing anything that should be really taken out of play for competitive.
Yeah,
which is good.
And then I think that the assault class, the one issue I have with the assault class right now is he has the AT rocket. It's an unlock. It's not by default.
It should be by default.
So you have no way to kind of reach out and touch him. And while that may not be an issue, like maybe on Scar, because it's really unfair to kind of judge all of this stuff on the map that we have, because this is probably by far like top 5 worst maps they ever conceived.
Ever in Battlefield history, but yes.
So right now it's very difficult to take out tanks, but if you notice, if you're playing the beta now, people have unlocked the rifle. It's so much better. So much better. You're able to take those tanks. You're able to beat them off of those points, and it makes it a lot easier to deal with any kind of armor whatsoever. So, and they're also tweaking the armor as well. So right now they don't get disabled very easily. I think they're supposed to kind of be changing that a little bit more.
Yeah, Marble touched on that.
Yeah.
And we were talking to me yesterday as well that this is a bit of an older version, and in the newer version of so in the newer version they revised on this and did actually say that, all right, well the tanks are not squishy enough, and they changed around with disabling.
Quick question regarding that. Just are there weak spots on the armor currently? Like
yes.
Really just dumbfire it.
Yes.
So it's still just the back, yeah?
No. If let's say you're playing in the big tanks, let's say the Mark V, the tank, the big one, the English one, if you hit the side cannon in a direct hit, it will take it out. It'll disable it, and it's removed from play. You can't shoot it until the tank is repaired to a point where it will spawn that cannon again.
Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, it was just knowledge for me. That's all.
Yep.
Sorry.
All right.
Yeah, so I mean that's my opinion on the classes. What's wrong with them at their core, with the way they're working right now. This map is a really bad example of trying to figure out how classes work, just because you're so spread out from everything, and even when you're in the city, it really doesn't. To me, anyways, my games don't last so long in the city. Either we're holding the city or they're holding the city, and we're having to run from like these ridiculously long distances. So I haven't really gotten a whole lot of real close in quarter combat. most of the time that I've been playing just rush is when I've been using the assault class, because that's really the only time that I have an opportunity to get up close and personal. But yeah, I mean that's kind of my faults that I have with the classers right now.
Yeah, and I personally agree with that, but let's just come back to that medic assault switch up with the weapons again. To give medics SMG classes, they're gonna be probably the best again. Maybe not SOP as in Battle 3 and Battle 4, but they're gonna be a lot better than
They're going to be pretty good up
assaults, for
close.
example.
The thing is, what Brett's highlighting is that if you're playing a medic, you're supposed to be fighting up close. You're at the front line. So giving you the trench, the let's say the SMGs, they're going to help you with fighting up close. But we know the SMGs are in BF1 beyond that closer medium range. You're not really effective at all. But the damage drop and the way the bullets are handled, you can't really do much.
We talked about that before the stream started, but like, what is the alternative? In the end, like, it's pretty much only gives the medics like either SMGs or like shotguns. What else is there? And then if you give them SMGs, they're gonna be also, especially for competitive, if the map's gonna be smaller and in domination mode, everyone is just gonna play medic with SMGs.
I kind of agree and disagree with what Brett was saying in regards to it. The SMGs don't, in my opinion, don't typically need to go back to the medic class. Currently, the kit weapons and the M1907 automatic puts it out there is that medics can be very useful at close range. It's just that people have to kind of get used to it, because the automatic gun dominates close range. It beats the MP18, and you put it in the right hands, it can beat the Automatica as well. And I think it's coming down to everyone's kind of tunnel visioning the first weapons you get for the medic classes, and they're just going, well, look at this is not going to work. I can't get close range or anything. When you start unlocking the other ones, you start seeing like where you can fill that slot. Like, I use exclusively the M1907 to rush up and just get in people's faces.
Yeah, me too.
And it works, and it works quite well, especially against assault players. And then I can heal afterwards. I've got no issue with that. So currently, I don't think throwing the SMGs back to a medic is a huge problem. I get that it's your opinion, but this is just my side of the thing. That I think currently it's kind of fine, and we just have to wait and see what other what other weapons we're going to get in that regard.
Yeah, true. There's still a lot more. It's going to come.
My problem is like snipers are very good, but as I said, the middle range is not really there anymore for most of the weapons. And like the only weapon that you have where you feel safe all the time is a sniper, basically, if you are a good sniper, I mean, because whatever is the situation you're going to be in, you know that you can do something. You don't necessarily have the advantage, but you can do something. While problem with the assault class is that you know that there are going to be a lot of situations where you can't do anything, like you're powerless. And that's why I think sniper is really good, and at the same time the dominating class, because people feel that whatever happens to them, whatever the range, they are in the building anywhere, with their sniper and their pistol, which is extremely powerful also, they can survive or they can kill people, and they don't want to be in that situation where they are in a range or in a building where there is literally nothing they can do to shoot at the guy that has the vision on them. And that's the problem right now. Too much situations where you cannot act, you cannot counter the people shooting at you. I'm not talking about having the advantage. I'm just talking about being able to kill him, to have a challenge, but that you can win.
Yeah. So let's say you're playing medic, you're at a longer range, but your enemy has an MP18. You definitely have the advantage there, and he's gonna feel like, well, I can't really counter the medic because I have an MP18. And I can't do much at medium to long range against him.
I literally cannot kill him. If the guy is a sniper, he's going to win all the time if he's like a correct player, I would say.
And you shouldn't be taking that engagement anyway, really, realistically. If you're an MP18, you're trying to take out a dude with a medium range gun, which say the medic gun, you shouldn't be engaged. You should be either working a way around it or working a way to get close enough to him to do it.
Sure, but the thing is that with the sniper, you're going to be able at any range to do something, and I don't think.
I agree with that, but I'm just saying that you're saying there's no mid range. The medic class fits the mid range almost perfectly, depending on what weapon you choose. There's not one weapon that does it all perfectly, but like the sharpshooter on the
medic class is pretty balanced indeed. But I'm talking about like the two other classes, especially the assault class and also the big machine gun class. both these classes are going to be a lot of times in situation where the guy is like, well, I might as well die. I can't do anything anymore, and that's not something I think people really want to feel. And at the same time, I don't think the snipers should be changed at all, because that's really
Well, again, that's going to come down to putting yourself in that situation, really, and it's going to come down to the map. Like, if you're an SMG and you're running out into the open where you can be shot by snipers at that range, you've done the wrong thing to begin with, in my opinion. Now, when it comes to close range engagements, the SMG should win. I mean, you can still get that one tap off with the sniper rifle, then switch to your secondary and take them tap again. But the Automatico can outshoot that. Mid-range,
Yeah,
you're
but-
taking a mid-range engagement. Sorry?
Sorry. No, sorry. You can finish up. I thought you were done.
Yeah, then to the mid-range, it's going to be who's going to aim better. Like, are you using an MP18 in the mid-range? Because that's really, at the moment, the mid-range SMG. You can sort of control that. You can still get the bullets off. Doesn't do as much damage as a medic gun, but the medic gun should be beating you anyway.
Yeah, sure. But then why do you have a class where you can, in any situation, do whatever you want and survive? I mean, the map design is made in such a way that using a sniper allow you, in most of the situation, to be like, I win anyway.
Well, on Sinai, it definitely is the case.
Yeah, it is.
Like, let's not look.
Weapons.
That's why
Thing is,
I think, like, I just think they should maybe buff a little bit the middle range of close range weapons, like I'm not saying making them powerful at middle range. I'm just saying people that are absolutely helpless against middle range weapons with the assault class should be able to at least be like,
They should have the ability to make the other person move,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Not just stand there and pot shots at the guy.
exactly, not getting fucking destroyed, because that feeling of being powerless is going to lead people to take snipers, basically, because they can react in any situation.
Thing is, just like, I completely agree with Brella, like 100%, because if you look at it at the other Battlefield games, any weapon, like literally any weapon in any class you use, you can actually do some damage, even like 1 HP damage in any range. Now you can't do this anymore, and like Rella's saying is that with sniper you can, but you can with the other classes, and you might as well say, well, I'm dead, and you can't, and that shouldn't be dependent on the map. We can't just wait here and they're like, okay, let's wait for the game to get released and see what maps out there, and then we can discuss the weapon balance. The weapons should be balanced in the first place, and then yeah, I think you get my point.
I'm just talking about a little buff, I think, to the assault and rifles, like not making them like powerful at middle range.
But somehow
Not
making
powerful,
it so.
but more in range, and that's what we talked about with Marble in the beginning.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
basically,
Conversation.
having these weapons, at least able to budge a medic, because I play
Exactly.
I'm playing so much medic nowadays, and all I do when somebody's hitting me with an MP18 is like, what are you doing? You're not doing any damage to me. I'm just gonna pop a medkit next to me, and I'm just gonna keep firing at you, and I'm gonna win every single time.
Yeah.
Which
You're supposed to win anyway, but
Yeah.
if you could at least win, but be like in a little bit of struggle instead of being absolutely safe, that will be better. I think.
Yeah, like when somebody's shooting me with an MP18 at that point, I don't care. I'm just gonna keep taking the shots. Whereas if it had that extra bit of range that you can squeeze out of it, then maybe it will force me to relocate, not just take a couple of bullets and win the fight almost every single time. All right,
It's probably where damage drop off.
yeah. So from that point to a final part of this, before we go really much heavier into the esports part, the points reward system. And this is a huge thing with a lot. I wish Marvel was here to talk about this actually, but at all people are saying like, oh, PTFO. It's all about getting on the objective. It's all about getting points and that kind of stuff. But for me, I think the incentive that DICE is giving to these players, or to any player, to get on the objective is a bit too much for score. Because as much as we want to say nobody cares about score, we all want to be high up on the scoreboard. Let's just say it like it is. And if I can get on the point, and it's I haven't done anything. I've had this so many times. I've actually have this recorded so many times just to prove a point if anybody wants to actually challenge it. I get on the flag with less than 3 seconds, and I end up getting 750 points.
Yeah.
Great.
See, I
Amazing.
never got that change. I mean, all they did was take the values and make them larger, but then they made the other values larger, so really nothing changed. I mean, I personally probably don't get it more than other ones because I don't really care about score. Like, that's not really... I care about winning, and my personal score doesn't really matter to that. But to me, as someone looking outside in, I just went, wow, okay, they've doubled some points here, and they still gave those points a bit higher leverage. It made no real sense to me.
Brett, you're vocal a bit about this to some extent. Like,
I'm very vocal about this.
Yeah, I'm just saying to some extent. Please.
Here's my biggest issue with it. Right now, DICE, with the way that they're going, they're trying to force people to play in a certain way. And the whole thing about Battlefield is that you play it your way. People are sitting here going, no, I don't want people to sit back, use an LMG, and spray down a certain range. No, I don't want people to go out and snipe. I don't want people to get in tanks and to just circle around objectives. No, I want to force people to have to go to those flags. That's wrong. You can't. You're people. Here's the thing. You're not going to force people to do that. And you can see it right now in the beta. Those snipers that are sitting up on that hill, they don't give two shits that there's 3,000 points that they can go for a flag down there. They're going to sit up in a hill, and they're going to snipe. They're not going to change. And here's the other thing. You can say, well, if they want the unlocks, they'll do it. Yeah, for the first 2 months. And then after that, they'll go back to playing like you do. I do that. Every Battlefield game, I find the way that I can get the most amount of points, and I do that. And then I unlock everything, and then I go back and play the way I play.
Yep. 100%.
You're not going to force people to play in a certain... Now, am I going to say every single person is now not going to go for it? No. There's going to be people that are go for the objectives. That right there is going to unlock another problem, which we're already seeing in this very game. We don't have... Well, I mean, let's be honest. We don't have large conquest anymore. We have large domination. Okay? And what do you have out of domination in Battlefield 4, especially in pub servers? You have this big ring around the rosy circle that happens over and over and over again. There's no reason to actually defend a flag because you know that you're going to go to another one, cap it real quick, boom, and then you go on to another one, cap it real quick, and boom. Well, now that the points are so high for them, people look at that and they go, well, hell, why sit here and defend it and get some measly points for a couple of kills when I can just take a Jeep over to that point over there, which nobody's sitting on because for some reason there's 7 freaking points on the map, and go cap this one that nobody's sitting at. And then once that's capped, I'll just go back to this one and cap it again. And you can't say that that's not happening because I've seen it.
Yeah,
I've seen it happen. I've seen people in Jeeps and horses doing that very thing.
So
that's...
How many times in your game so far have you spent basically running between F and C?
A lot.
Or B and C.
What's worse about this right now is that now people, instead of saying, hey, let's bring back the old system, they're wanting to tweak the system that we have now. Well, you can't... I mean, you're going to end up with basically what we had before. Why try and go through all of this headache? We're going to end up with a big pile of poop right now at the very beginning of the game. And then we're going to tweak it later. So maybe 6 months down the road, we'll have something that resembles Conquest. But as it is right now, no, it's very bad for the game. The way the points stack up, it's bad for the game right now. It is not resembling Battlefield like it has in the past. Right now, it's resembling domination, which is a holdover, in my opinion, of like the Call of Duty type games, the arena shooters, and that's what we're kind of getting now, forced into Battlefield.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree, and it's showing in the fact that, like, I don't know if anyone else has noticed, but trying to find people on that map, even in the infantry areas, that's just like a joke. You're wandering flag to flag, and you won't see anyone for a while, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
Well, 3D spotting is part of it.
I mean, 3D spawning is not that big of a problem in BF1, in my opinion, just because of the way that it functions. But
yeah, it's not as bad anymore.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, say, we've played the past 3 days. How many times and how many games did we spend ferrying around between C and F, or F and D, and sometimes between B and F? That's all that we do the entire game.
Well, 90% of the time I've been at C flag because the rest of the map is quite boring, and there's snipers camping everywhere.
E is the
and
most
tank-
fun flag. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, definitely. If you're gonna have a picnic trip over there.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, C is all what like C, D, and B, and sometimes F in between. That's because of this is where all the action happens, and yeah, it is random, like Brett is saying. It is a huge kind of domination, but I think like Brett is kind of only seeing the negative side of it, or like this is where he's like leaning towards to, and I understand that because at the end it's Battlefield. I see it as a different game, you know, and yeah, it's quite hard to say, but it's a different game. I wouldn't say it's Battlefield 100%, but it's definitely a different game. It's a huge arena, and I think competitive wise, we would, to make it work, we will see more. We would look into more teamwork, and I think this is what it's all about here. It's a lot about teamwork, and for me, public as well. When I was playing with my mates, it was working best when I was playing with a few guys and playing alone.
Like when you play solo, it's you don't enjoy the game at all. But when we actually squatted up, myself, Safe, Wafi, Flexi, and the guys from the old MYM's crew, we had so much fun because each one would play that different class. We would have people holding a certain part of the map. We would have some people fighting, let's say, an assault and a medic together on C and trying to hold that side of the map. There was some sort of dynamic with it. But the problem is most people in public are either playing solo or with another person, tops. And the way it works is that there's no incentive to stay on the flag and defend it. You're only going to go and cap. The defense points are very low. Your attack points, you get so much. I mean, when you get on a flag and get over 1,000 points, screw that. I'm gonna go and just run around between all the flags and even go cap E since nobody's gonna spawn on there, and I'm gonna take this point. You take it in that way, and you think, well, there's the positive. There is an incentive to cap the flags, but at the same time, it turns the entire game into a flag run, which is definitely not the point of a Battlefield game.
Well, so to the point of what Safe was making about how it's a more competitive version of the game, I disagree. Reason being is because of the way that you actually gain points overall within the score system. They've changed it, so now you get a point for each one of your flags. I'm sure you all know that.
We spoke about it.
So right now, comebacks are incredibly difficult to have. So really, when a team is losing, what's their incentive to try and go for those flags instead of sit back and farm kills?
Yeah.
There's really not. I mean, I'll just sit in the train and spam a whole bunch. I did that for like 3 rounds.
And
you know, I was like, screw this. I'm not going to go after flags when I know that we have a 40-50 ticket deficit and there's no possible way for me to come back.
And we've had that multiple times where it's like, well, I know at this point it's impossible, no matter how much I try or the team tries, for us to bring it back. You know
well,
what?
I didn't say the game was more competitive at all. I said the teamwork would work best if you are playing with a team. What I was referring to is that when we play competitive, we get to see how it actually works because we're basing all of our conclusions on one map, and it's a public map, and it's mostly a tank sniping map. But yeah, I mean, if you are referring to the ticket system or the flag system, I think that's pathetic, and I would definitely go back to everything that was how it was before with Conquest. I completely against whatever system that is going on right now with Conquest or tweaking it. That's even more pathetic. I would definitely go with the old style of Conquest, and I still, in my opinion, can't see why it has been changed in the first place, even though Marble came with a explanation for us.
Test.
Ah, there you go. Speaking
Yeah,
of
we
Marble.
can hear you. even though Marble he came up with an explanation about it, I still it makes sense, but it doesn't make sense at the same time, if you know what I mean. But yeah, to me it seems like EA, they're like, yeah, let's fuck up the game. I don't know. But
Yeah. It doesn't seem like Conquest to me. Like Brett said, it just seems like COD domination, and that's what I feel it is, just on a larger scale.
All right,
That's yeah.
So before we move on to the next topic, which is a bit of a meatier subject, can we talk about the medic class and the revive mechanic very quickly? The way where somebody dies, all right, you don't see you only see the skull and crossbones on your minimap, but you don't get the pop-up that this person is dead and they're requesting a revive until they click Q, and then it shows that somebody's requesting a revive and need to go revive them, and by that time they're probably too dead to be able to bring them back.
They went after the wrong people to please in that regard, though. Like, there were people. The reason that they implemented that was because people complaining about getting 20 revved and not wanting to be revived. But you always had the option to cancel that. Yeah, which was stupid. This game doesn't have 20 rev. You don't need that mechanic in the game now that the game doesn't have 20 rev. And this actually breaks the medic class for me, in my opinion, because I can't see who I want to revive. If I see a person, they have to press Q to notify me. Why? Why can't I be notified immediately?
Yeah, I think it should be notified immediately, and that should be the default. And what should not be, if you want not to be notified, I mean, if you want people not to be notified, you press space. Then they're not notified. I mean, the notification should be the default one, and
it should be swapped.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Which would be really cool, and that's the only problem, I think.
And then people just they should show the icon on the map, in the 3D world, so you can actually see where your friend just died. I had it a couple of times that I was on TeamSpeak with friends. So I pressed Q. I was trying to revive them, but I just couldn't find them on the map.
Yeah, I had that.
Too many bodies.
Yeah. It's broken at the moment. It's completely and utterly broken, and I have no idea why they did it. And it needs to be changed back because it just makes no sense currently. And people need to know that holding spacebar down and getting to your spawn screen doesn't spawn you any quicker.
No, it's the same length of time.
Exact same. And the problem is people can't see this because of the UI design, where the deploy button and the timer are pretty much the same color. Everyone knows about that, right? The deploy timer in the bottom right corner. You can see how long to your spawn.
Yeah.
No, but if you want
exactly. It's the same color.
Like cancel.
Yeah, it's the same color. So that also leads into the fact that people can't see this as a problem, and it just needs to go back to the old system.
Yeah, just like I mentioned before.
I will tell you that they already are bringing it back to the old system.
Nice.
Or at least they're fixing it.
It just means it only means God is great. Don't take your minds elsewhere. Let's put it back. All right.
It was Dice is great. Okay.
All right. So let's turn to something else that's actually pretty important for the competitive side. Which is, and I know you've talked about this quite a bit, Marble, in a very lengthy video that I've watched, which is about the vehicle spawns on the flag assets, and
you mean flag assets?
Yeah, flag assets especially.
Flag assets.
Flag assets, yes.
In this case, it's flag assets.
And especially the server settings, which Paya would be a big help when he comes back, with what you can adjust in terms of tick rate, the weather effects, what you can turn on. You can already, turn off certain kits, certain weapons, from what I've seen. But how will that? What's the real problem here? Because so far we don't really have too much information about what we can do with the servers and how we can actually, modify them themselves.
Okay, so in the past we've only been able to change spawn time, not like whether something spawns or not. And so it's been, you have rules like goal mode, only one tank from spawn, and stuff like that. So we probably won't be able to customize that stuff. The problem with flag assets is it's that steamroller, or I forget what the idiom is, where one team gets an advantage, and then they get more of an advantage for that initial advantage, and so it becomes an absolute landslide victory. Flag assets add to that because, and sort of go contrary to the concept of the behemoth, flag assets add to that because, you know, you have a flag, so you're already winning the game. You have that point, and then you get a vehicle to help you keep that flag and keep winning.
Yeah.
Having things on the map isn't bad. Like Hammerhead is really great. Hammerhead is really great because you have helis on the map, but they're not on the flag. Like you have to choose between, do I want the flag or do I want the heli? And that's interesting because you have to choose between one or the other. It's not you get one and then you get both.
All right, but the biggest thing that I've seen in BF1 is that if you want to spawn a vehicle, you can spawn whatever type you want on any flag.
And that makes every spawn very, very valuable because you can choose. It's even more so. The flag assets in Battlefield, in Battlefield 1 are even better than they are in Battlefield 4 because, you know, if is air harassing you, well, you can choose the equivalent of the AA tank. Or if you need to deal with infantry, you can choose the light tank. If you need help against armor, you can choose the heavy tank or the landship and stuff like that. And so it's even better, and it's even more steamrollery than it was before.
Yeah, if you guys don't really know, you can spawn a landship.
Correct.
On any flag that has an asset, basically. If it's a land vehicle asset, which, at some point it starts getting a bit much. You know, we were saying before that not having the AT rocket gun by default was a big problem.
Which is
and it is, but that on its own is not enough. Vehicles, I mean, they're going to be a bit more squishy coming up, but at the same time, with you being able to spawn any vehicle you want on any flag with an asset, I see that as very easily abusable.
As someone that didn't know that, now I know that. I'm just saying, how was that even? Like, how did they decide on that? That's ridiculous.
Okay. Well, it's absolutely absurd. Rush is a tumor on a cancer right now because there's an absurd amount of tanks. So there really should be less tank spawns than there ever was in Battlefield 4 because they're so much more powerful because you can choose whatever you want. I think it's a good idea that you can choose because, you know, then it's a nice tactical decision you can make. Like, do I want something good against armor and bad against air? Well, you can totally choose that.
Yeah, your own choice.
Mm-hmm.
And also competitive is really viable if you have like different kind of tactics where you want to use your tank, for example, or your A plan. You can change what you want to have.
And actually, I had this. I believe it was yesterday, since Pio's back. We were playing on Rush. I joined his game, and he picked up the light tank. I picked up the landship, and we just absolutely destroyed the game. That's all you need. So not only is it the mode itself, but really the ability to spawn anything you want. And I shouldn't have spawned a landship. If I had spawned a light tank, it would have been a lot easier because with a light ship you have a lot more micromanagement if you're playing solo and nobody's spawning on you.
Yeah.
Wait, so can you spawn a landship on every flag?
That
no,
has
it has to have a spawnable asset.
Yep.
Okay. So every flag that has a spawnable asset. All right.
Yeah, and the same is true for planes. Like if Echo Point has a plane spawn, and so you can choose a bomber, an attack plane, or a scout plane.
Okay, so it's just basically asset classes and whatever it spawns from there.
Yeah.
I never liked the whole spawn in on vehicles anyways. I always liked the classic, just their default at your spawn, or like maybe there's one vehicle and it spawns in at a flag, but you know it's actually physically there. It's just you have to run up and get into it. I've never liked the whole just spawn in from spawn screen and you're straight in the vehicle.
Yep.
But you know, I really don't see how this is going to affect comp any at the moment. I mean, this is assuming that they bring back Conquest Small, because I really don't see Conquest Large being a viable solution for competitive, because we would have to ban
we're going to talk about
so much.
We're going to talk about it in just a sec. It's literally the right next talking point that we have. So
But I want to come back to the point Brett just
Please,
made,
Spot.
that he said the spawning has no real effect. It has an effect right now, how it is in Battlefield 1. If we think back to Battlefield 3 or Battlefield 4, when you have vehicles spawning on a flag, they are always there. So let's assume you don't have the flag, but there's a vehicle standing. You can just take it, even though you don't. It is not your flag. In this case, you need to have the flag. So you need to get the flag first, and then you have access to the vehicle. So I think it will change the game itself quite a bit, because yeah, it's more important now to get the flag and then you get the vehicle.
But see,
Yeah,
to
true.
me, I think that that's one of the beautiful things about Battlefield in the past, was that you had to make sure that you kept up with your vehicles. If you didn't, there was a possibility. It's just like a person should be punished for jumping out of his tank and having somebody steal it. He should be punished for that. And that punishment is that now the other team has another asset that could very well just make it that much harder for you to come back and win.
Well, the
Sure.
difference is the fact that the vehicles are on flags. Vehicles that spawn on base are entirely different because you're always going to get one, and if it dies, well then you're not. It'll spawn back. Flag assets are different because you already have the flag. That's a pretty big deal. Like you've already probably got the ticket burn if it's a central flag. So
Yeah, that's completely removed, for
yeah.
example, on Conquest Small Power Cell, the fight for the A-boat.
Oh yeah, and the A boat, and even in pubs, the MA on Central, on Bravo.
Yeah, all stuff like that.
And
That's
you
gonna
can
make a
still
huge difference.
and you can still steal the vehicle. So I
Right.
had one situation in Rush, I can remember. One guy drove with his light tank to the MCOM, and well, is it even called now MCOM? I don't
it's
even know.
totally-
Whatever it is.
I just name it MCOM as I used to from Battlefield 3 and 4. Yeah, he got out of the tank to arm the MCOM, which is fine. I mean, there was no infantry around it, or his own infantry who could do it. He was just rushing directly to the MCOM. So I was standing next to him, and then I got in the tank. I killed him. I defused the MCOM. So it is still possible. So I had then one of their tanks which couldn't spawn. So it is still possible to steal if you're
Stealing a
careful-
tank while he's on the
careful enough.
ground is not an issue.
No,
What I'm
that is
talking
not
about
an issue.
is being able to take the tank that spawns in at a flag. I mean, one of the cool things that I liked about Battlefield, especially competitive, because I mean, this is why we're all here, is talking competitive, was that you needed to make sure that you kept up with your timers. You needed to make sure that you knew when the spawn times were going to be coming up for those particular vehicles. And if a team, because I remember back in Battlefield 3 when I was playing, there were a couple of maps where when a vehicle spawned in at a flag, we would purposely wait either for the spawn to happen because we knew that vehicle was down, or we would, purposely go around, not flashing the flag to get that vehicle if it was still there.
For example,
yeah,
like
sure.
on Caspian, where you would be capping the gas station on the Russian side, which was one of the flags that was always contested for such a thing,
Rogue-
because you
Well,
always
transmission.
Yeah, Rogue is perfect.
Rogue-
Road transmission to helicopter.
Huge.
Yeah,
Yes,
for
yes,
example,
that's
as
huge.
Exactly that.
My biggest issue with stuff like that is it's one more thing that makes the game too easy. Like, one of the cool thing about Battlefield Conquest, public and competitive, was that there were so many layers of complexity to it. Not so much so that it wasn't impossible to learn, but you had to put in a little bit of effort. And at the end of the day, when you did learn that, you felt good. You were like, wow, I accomplished something. I was able to pull off this really cool move, or I was able to steal this vehicle, or I was able to do, take off 20, 30 tickets off of the opponent's teams by being able to complete this task. That right there is something that they're stripping away from the game slowly and slowly. And even more so here in Battlefield 1, they took a big chunk out of a lot of those aspects of it. And it's just making the game more and more casual and less depth. I mean, I see this game
removing depth.
I see this game
from
for like 3 months, and then it's just blah.
Yeah, that's
People
the
come
thing.
back for the DLC, and that's it.
You're removing the depth from the game, and depth doesn't necessarily mean complexity. for a viewer, for example, as you know, for myself, for Brett, and for Dogbird, for example, for us, we have to explain these things sometimes to viewers. And in BF4, there wasn't really a struggle with the mechanics and explaining them to people. There was depth, there was complexity, but the game wasn't so complex that you needed this super brain type of like alien to understand what's going on. It was fairly logical, and after you played the game for a few hours, you start realizing that well, these things definitely do make sense. You know, so why would they remove?
Well, I think it makes a lot of sense. I think the spawn, when you can spawn in base, where you have to select it in the deploy screen, I think that makes perfect sense. Again, I think we can all agree that flag assets are a terrible idea, and the fact that you can now only spawn in them through the spawn screen just makes them a little bit something that was already very powerful, even more powerful, and helps favor the already winning team too greatly. Flag assets are just terrible.
The thing is, because you can choose what kind of vehicle you want to spawn in on a flag, it doesn't spawn already like in Battlefield 4. It is already set up. Okay, an LAV is gonna spawn there, an A-bot, a tech bot is gonna spawn there, or a heli is gonna spawn there. You can't change that heli into a scout heli, for example. You can change the rogue attack heli into a scout heli from this deploy screen. That's why it's already there. And in Battlefield 4, it makes a flag it gives it a second objective part. That's why these flags, for example, Parasol on A, when it was allowed on the BCL, for example, or the rogue heli, it makes these flags more viable. And every single team needs to fight for these both objectives, like the flag and the vehicle, at the same time, at the beginning, because they're so important. And even if you can't get the flag, there are a lot of tactics around of getting the vehicle.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I saw so many leagues, including the ESL or any other league, that, especially in Aviate Conquest, we were banning, at least in Battlefield 4, some vehicles spawning on the flag. So the best example is
Rogue C.
this, on Zevot, this
artillery trap. Yes.
Yeah. It was an end ban because people felt, oh yeah, it is too OP and it's a game changer and things like that. I mean, also in Rogue we ban stuff. So I completely agree that those vehicle spawns on the flags itself should be reduced or shouldn't be there, except maybe in case now of Battlefield 1, spawning of a jeep or a horse or whatever, but not a tank, not a plane, and stuff that.
This is kind of off topic, but in a conquest, they allowed a lot more vehicles than what ESL did ever. If you look at WEL and CCS, a lot of them allowed the artillery, mobile AAs, a lot of the spawns. Basically they were fair game.
Yeah, that's possible. I'm not arguing against it, and maybe we have different communities based on the regions, because in Europe and I know also in South Africa
and Australia.
In this case as well, there were some bans made, and those bans were not made just because the league felt like, oh yeah, let's just ban the vehicles. It was based on community feedback. So I mean, we could argue now that we maybe have different types of communities.
Look, Kyle, come on, let's be honest here. Australia doesn't matter.
Okay.
There you go.
We made a few Euro teams not matter, so I guess there's that. But we won't get into that.
I mean, you're saying that Penta never really mattered. I mean, if you count Lexi and Wyra, I mean, come on. Let's be honest.
I always thought they were just a warm-up team. They were the
there
buffers,
we
right?
go. Exactly.
Back on topic.
I have a comment. Sometimes the community isn't right, and I think just because there's a large community pressure to ban something, I don't think that's necessarily a reason to ban it. I mean, obviously the ESL community is going to be a little bit more informed than the average Bob on public servers, but even then, I think, well, some things don't work on 10s and 8s when you have 10 organized players using them. Laser designation was pretty absurd.
Yeah.
I think a lot of things don't need to be banned that are banned, and I think sometimes it makes for a shallower game if you have a lot of stuff removed.
I can
BCL.
agree with Marble on that one. That's one of the things that I was really hoping for Battlefield 1, with going back to World War One being a little bit more simplistic. We kind of get rid of a lot of those extra gadgets that were really cheap and gimmicky that had a negative impact, in my opinion, on competitive. We'd be able to have more of a close representing game to the vanilla conquest and to competitive. It also make it easier to grab new players to jump on over, because they don't have to learn 10 pages of ban lists in order to come back in and play.
And that's
It's
the
not
thing.
that complicated.
Yeah, but at the same time, if somebody comes in, I've had this so many times, I'm sure Brett has had it as well, where people come into a stream and start asking, like, why are they all using this weapon or this weapon? And you're like, well, everything else is banned. What can you do?
Let's not talk about weapons here. Because
Even when you
weapons,
play public, same.
weapons itself, like in BCL, ECL, or like even the American Cups, like they're hardly ever banned. Like most of the times, like in BCL and ECL, just like the DLC weapons are banned. And then like a few variations like Ace-52, Farmer, SKH, you know what. But the point is, in competitive, of course, you have to ban some things, in my opinion, to make it more balanced. I don't agree with everything that is banned before. Like, I'm coming from the European region, from the BCL. We just, like, half a year ago, decided to ban the A-boat and Paracel. Because, in some people's opinion, two attack boats are too OP for one side. I disagreed. And I said,
It's
you
all
can
about
play
the
one side with the right tactic.
Yeah, and it really was all about how you pick your first fight as well. If you won that first fight on A, then you have the board and you have the advantage, but the enemy team can really counter it. They can go for the for some anti-tank lock, for some anti-boat lock-ons, go for some anti-air lock-ons as well. If they want to take down the helo, that's a bit too difficult for them to shoot down. You know, you have all of these different weapons at offer for you to be able to take control versus vehicles. But nobody really seemed to use them effectively, because everybody's sitting on their high horse and like, oh, I only use the small. Well, let me tell you something. No matter how good you are, you're not going to be sniping the boat that's across the map that's hitting everybody.
Correct. Yes.
And that's just you being arrogant. Use what's given to you. This is the entire point of competitive play. If you're playing 5s or 8s or 10s or 12s or 16s, or whatever the hell you want to play what you can use in the game, and give yourself the advantage. There's a reason why there's a vehicle and an anti... I mean, like the AA, even the AA, how good it is. And I am an abuser of AA and have been since day one. It has so many different things that can shoot it down super easy. But
like it depends how you play it. On like a competitive standpoint, it is hard to play around like artillery and mobile AA. That's why these assets are like banned in the BCL and ESL, for example. Because these are like some specific kind of vehicles that are just like clearly so OP in some certain position if you play it right as a competitive player.
But any weapon and any vehicle is good if you play it right in a certain position. That's literally
no,
the
but
entire
not
point of
as OP as, for example, mobile AA against helicopters. You can play it, you know, Nicey, for example. You know how he plays with a mobile anti-air.
I know
if you
how
plays
he plays it.
If he plays that right, defensive, and he's a really good player, then he can pretty much just like outplay these infantries or like tanks pushing him, and can just focus on taking the jets and the helis down. That's why these kind of vehicles are banned.
I understand what Johannes is saying, like, and I agree with him. There's most likely going to have to be some bans implemented.
Definitely.
But what I'm saying is that I want to be able to, and I was hoping that Battlefield 1 would be that game, to have as close to the vanilla game as possible without just automatically going, we're going to ban shotguns, we're going to ban 320s, we're going to ban this, and just go down the list without ever really getting, our hands on them. I know we're going to have some test cups here and there, but, things do change as time goes on. They make patches, they tweak things, and a lot of times, I'm not saying that ESL doesn't do it, because they do. They're really good for the most part of updating their rule sets, but when these updates do come out, things do change, and weapons then become not as OP and viable for a competitive setting. One of the things that, and I know a lot of you guys, especially the AVA guys in Europe, are going to just hate me for, but the battle pickups. I didn't have a problem with the battle pickups. I saw several, and this may actually have come down to the size of the teams that were playing, not necessarily just the fact that we were using them. Because 10v10s, it doesn't seem like there's a lot. 2 extra people can actually make a big difference. It's kind of like what Giannis was saying. How do you take out that mobile AA? Well, if you have 10 people instead of just 8, you can have 2 people focusing on purely C4 Jeeps to try and get that AA out of there. And it's a little bit more difficult for the AA now when he knows that there's going to be people gunning for him, but still a considerable force back home or back on the rest of the map pushing all those other flags. But I think that, when it comes to the bans, you kind of need to not jump the gun so much on a lot of those things.
Yes.
Let them kind of, it's like elite classes. I know a lot of people are screaming elite classes, ban them out now. But and I know we played it in it was an organized 12v12s, so it's not going to be the exact team sizes, and we were sort of mixing up teams between the 2 teams. But those guys were talking about how elite classes on that particular map were not overpowered. They had their places. They absolutely had their places, but once they were called out, they were instantly nuked down. And there are going to be some issues like flamethrower going in the buildings, that might be an issue, but that, right now, if you go for a bayonet charge or a melee, you can take down the elite classes extremely fast.
Yes.
Yeah, but it all depends. In a competitive environment, you can protect these elite classes. I even just did it in public with a friend who was healing me.
Yeah,
right. No, I'm not. I'm not saying that they're perfect. I'm just saying that there's a reason we should look at it as an option, not to just ban it right off.
Yeah, of course. Every single game should be able to. Every single game that wants to play competitive should not be decide to ban everything. That is not right. Every single game should be focusing and have everything in the game, but sometimes that's just not possible. And if things are OP in certain situations, even if it's just only on this map in the building with a flamethrower, you can't do anything about it. And that is just like the flag. You only need the flamethrower to hold it. It is too OP. You can ban it.
Okay, well, something should only be banned if it has no counters. And so far, all of the whatever they're called, hero classes, whatever, have counters. Like if you just poke them with a ban,
and they're dead.
Yeah, you just poke them and they're dead. You just melee them and they're dead. Also, their mobility is reduced by 20%, so it's easier to just move around them.
Sledge them, just smash them.
Even the flamethrower guy, you just poke him with a club or a bayonet or something. Going back to BF4, FAMAS ban, CC3A1 ban actually made sense because at that point all servers were 30 hertz, and the 1,000 RPM rate of fire. Okay, yeah, 10. So that's even worse. So at that point, you actually, the FAMAS actually fires faster than the update rate. So firstly, it sends 2 bullets per packet in some cases, and secondly, for every 3rd bullet, you don't increase spread or recoil. So the FAMAS was inarguably not working as intended. Same with the CZ3A1. So it made sense to ban it. Scar H and Ace 52, when they did a 3-bullet to kill, that was actually faster than the FAMAS when you factor in tick rate. And so maybe that made sense. I'm not sure if they were completely counterless, but at this point in time, I don't think that I mean ESL isn't really active at this point, but I don't think, like, for example, the Scar H and the Ace 52 bans are warranted, and I think a lot of that should have been, as Johan said, as the game evolves and as it's changed, any competitive ban really needs to be seriously looked at and reconsidered whether it's necessary anymore.
That's true. Yeah.
And especially later on when 60 hertz was introduced, I didn't really see any, and with the damage reductions as well, I didn't see a point in banning the Scar H or the Ace 52. Mm-hmm. There was no point, in my opinion.
Yeah, right now, you can play with Ace 52 and Scar H. They're still like a bit bugged. I believe Pio news something about it. Still like that one-shot potential. But because they got a nerf from DICE itself, they're not as OP as before anymore. And, like, I would still rather prefer like an Ace 23 before like a Sky H or Ace 52.
Now there's a fundamental difference between OP in the right situation and
OP
actually being overpowered. And we can, just for our definition, we can consider overpowered as there are literally no counters to it. Now, OP in the right situation just means that the player is playing well. But like the MAA, it's got a ton of counters. Like the attack heli is can actually really successfully 1v1 an MAA, or 2v1 rather, an MAA if it's played correctly.
Hell, the jet with the JDAMs, you
Right.
absolutely
Cat will also go in
wreck
for
it.
that.
And the stealth jet can actually get LGM after LGM onto it without getting any return fire, because the LGM actually has a 900 meter lock-on range, which is outside of the MAA range. Now, if the MAA is playing correctly to avoid that, I think that's part of the skill of the player, and so I don't think the MAA is ban-worthy in any situation.
What was really broken was in BF3, where you could hover with the helicopter,
Oh,
and
yeah.
you could kill
Yeah.
everybody at any range. That was
there
broken.
was no counters. Yeah, there were absolutely no counters to that. You could hover at max distance, so no top downing for the jets. I mean, that was outside of Stinger range. We didn't have the straw. I mean, there was literally nothing you could do against a hover heli.
Yeah, it still exists sometimes in Battlefield 4 on goal modes that the heli is that far out of range that you can't eagler, stinger him, or like even the straw range is not far enough.
But I mean, there are counters to that. The jets can still top down because the jets have a bigger flight ceiling, and the ARMs do exist. I think they're banned though.
Yeah.
So, I mean, ARMs don't work as intended against jets, so that's totally reasonable.
Passive radar, I believe, is allowed.
Okay.
Not
Passives.
But no.
Okay.
You sure passives are banned in both PCL and ESL? I know one of them is banned somewhere, but I'm not sure if both ban it.
I don't know if CCS bans. I can't remember if CCS bans passives. I know actives are banned, but
For the ESL, they're not banned.
No, that's what I remember. All right, so this is basically the end of this side of the topic. We touched on the next topic quite a bit, but now we have to try and nail it down as best as possible.
Can I quickly comment
please
on something?
do.
Yeah.
Please.
So this is where the big disconnect comes between the competitor community and the casual community. All right, so this is where other games do well, like CS and stuff, is they've got something they can pick up and go and play the way they do in public. Ban lists are intimidating, extremely intimidating to a casual player, and this is where we have to try and make sacrifices or do.
That reminds me. I think I read something somewhere about a server setting for allowing or disallowing certain weapons and gadgets.
Yeah, that's already.
Yeah, that was in Hardline.
It's in BF1 as well, from what I've seen.
Yes, it is.
But can you have like sniper only servers then that you don't have like these plugins?
Yeah.
Sniper only servers without plugins, in other words.
Oh,
and I'm sure that affects vehicles as well.
Yeah,
you can do something
you can
like
change.
vehicles only.
Yeah, you can ban certain weapons, certain kits. You can definitely do that. You can already see it with beta client. If you open up the server page, it will show a certain thing, like let's say certain class on. So you can definitely turn that off somewhere.
But if you allow, for example, like scout class, can you still allow pistols, or can you like only pretty much like forbid the class?
I don't know about the details.
Or the weapons.
We won't know the details until it releases.
It was banned based on weapons, not classes.
There we go.
All
right.
So
anyways,
So
anyway.
can we move on to the next point, or
Yes,
anybody?
let's move on.
Next point is, we've touched on it quite a bit. It's the game modes. So we have to talk about this. This is very important for competitive play. I think this is something that needs to be addressed immediately, or I fear 8v8 might just die. And by the way, Hutnell, thank you for the host. But just saying, Conquest Small, for people that don't know, which is the main mode that was played in BCL, in 10s, in 12s, in the Americas, in 12s and 16s on console, Conquest Small was the game mode that was played. And unfortunately, it has been removed from Battlefield 1, and we have no idea if it would ever come back. We've all written on that blog post. If you haven't, please somebody post it. I know some of the mods already have it bookmarked. I have it bookmarked somewhere. Please post it. Go write that you would like to see Conquest Small back, and we're gonna explain why we need Conquest Small back. And I'm gonna start off with talking to Brett about this. Brett.
Well, I mean, I think we pretty much have explained in this conversation previously as to why we need Conquest Small.
So let's
I mean,
reiterate
it's-
everything and put it in one block now.
So basically, right now, the maps are just way too big, right? I mean, you can't. We're going to have to ban half of the flags out. We're going to have to ban a lot of the vehicles out. It's just not going to fit. It's not feasible. And you want to talk about something like what Cryptic was talking about, trying to make it easier for new players to get in. Well, that's going to make it even more difficult for new players to get in, because if they're going to try and scrim as a team, they're going to look at this and go, well, why are 3 of these flags? Why can't I go get those? You know, I get it in public servers all the time. Why can't I do it now? It's incredibly difficult to monitor and to police when you don't have an admin in the server all the time, and it just gets confusing and frustrating. This happened back when I was playing when I first got into competitive in Battlefield 3, TWL. You know, server settings, it screwed us up. We forfeited our very first match in TWL because we didn't realize that we had one of the server settings wrong. Played the whole entire match, won, but we ended up getting the loss. That kind of stuff is frustrating, and we actually had 2 players quit because they said, "Screw this crap. You know, I'm done with this. This isn't fun." So we need Conquest Small to help bridge that gap between, you know, the public and the competitive scene. The other thing is that right now, with the way the score system works, it kind of hurts the overall setting for Conquest. Like I said, it's more like domination, classic domination that you see from other games, and it doesn't really fit well, in my opinion, in the grand scheme of things. But I mean, that's you can have some other arguments here. I was having some people that were personally messaging me saying that, you know, especially in South America, which they don't have the best connections or the best hardware for a lot of their stuff, because things are very, very expensive, especially in Brazil and Argentina for hardware. I know a guy that actually had to smuggle in his monitor because the taxes were so freaking high. He had to pay 3 times in taxes what the actual monitor cost.
Yeah, and Desco actually had that with a giveaway once. Yeah, it was ridiculous.
So, you know, some of those guys down there, they just can't handle 64-player servers. You know, they need to play something a little bit smaller. And I know a lot of people that frequent 24-player servers as well, and that are basically kind of they're not the ranked or standard or whatever, but they have some 24-player servers that they end up playing for Conquest. So, you know, I think they're kind of cutting out a lot of people in that sense for it. I think that their excuse that, well, hardware is now open for consoles was a bit cheap. I think they just didn't want to bother with another mode, because you could see how lazy they got with Battlefield 4 with actually resizing the maps for Small Conquest. They pretty much were like, you know, boundary, move it in closer, take 1 flag off, boom, there you go. Or, you know, we won't allow a vehicle spawn there, and there's the flag. So stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, Conquest Small, we need it back to make, well, Conquest viable as a competitive setting. If not, if we don't see it coming back, then we're going to have to look at something like Rush. Which honestly, I don't want to see Rush. I think there's a whole bunch of problems with Rush inherently, and we need Conquest back.
So let's focus on Conquest first before we move up to Rush, because Rush is its own completely different beast. For Conquest, our argument is, and this is again to explain it to people that have no clue what we're really talking about. And yes, I do know there's a green screen, but it shouldn't work. It's just a cover up because the wall behind me isn't painted yet. But the thing is, Conquest is the reason why I want Conquest Small is because Conquest Large is a huge map, and it has so many different assets that it is impossible to work around with teams of 6, 8, 10, 12, 16 players. And 16 is the absolute minimum to get things running on that kind of map size. And that's barely enough. However, since everybody plays 8v8 and 10v10 in the Americas, Conquest Small basically just destroys everything that everybody's been building up for the past 3 or 4 years between BF3 and BF4. Another thing as well is that running tournaments suddenly becomes even more difficult because, you know, Brett was talking about the ban list, and as was Cryptic before, not only would you have to deal at some point with gadgets and weapons being banned for temporary measures sometimes, but you would have to ban certain parts of the map, you'd have to ban certain vehicles of it, and it would just ruin the entire map flow. It would be terrible for people that are playing it, terrible for people that are watching. And again, we're looking at this from an esports perspective in terms of tournaments as well. And imagine the logistical problems of running anything that is beyond 8 players. And 8 players is already a huge logistical issue, online sometimes, but especially if you're trying to host an offline tournament. 8 is the maximum you can really go for, where even with subsidies from EA, like we see, for example, with Riot Games and how it helps out its own players with a minimal amount of money that they receive from them every month, it would still be very difficult to convince an organization to sign up these teams and these players, get them to an offline event, let's say to ESL or to a Gamescom, to your DreamHacks, etc., and actually get them to play and make it so it's actually profitable, or at least gives them some sort of exposure. It makes no sense on an esports level to have anything more than these 8 players, and that is already stretching the boundaries a bit too much. And removing Conquest Small makes it even more difficult. Now,
Completely agree. But the point is we need to divide right now between like focusing on Conquest Small or like something like Conquest for competitive or like for public. Because they're 2 different things.
We're going to focus... This is the esports side of the entire discussion. So we're only going to focus on this from now on. Competitive play and running tournaments. Yes, Safe.
All right. From my experience, playing for a long time Conquest and Rush, I'd say that I would personally prefer playing Conquest because I like it a lot. And of course, when I say Conquest, I would say Conquest Small with 8 and 8 and 5 on 5s, because they should both be... The map should be suitable for both sizes. But I'd say for 5s or 6 on 6, I would go with definitely Squad Rush or Rush. This is the game mode that would attract more players. I think the idea having a defending and an attacking side would also be more attractive for players. And from what I remember back in the Battlefield 3 time, there were way more teams who signed up for Squad Rush tournaments than there were in Conquest. Also in Conquest, which I personally like a lot, is the skill gap. You actually need to master playing Conquest as an individual and with your team. And this is why we always saw these base rapes or like one team destroying the other. But in Squad Rush, I wouldn't say the skill gap is as big as it is in Conquest, which is why it would be more attractive for other players to play it competitive.
Yeah, like,
well, I mean, I don't think anybody's arguing with you there that we'd love to see Squad Rush coming in, but you know, Rush is just not viable for anything that's less than 8s. I mean, the 2 bomb sites, how big the map is, you just can't do it. As far as like Squad Rush, like I'm completely with you there. But the thing is that right now, DICE has said, hey, we are possibly open to the idea of including Conquest in a future patch. So that's why I think we can talk about Conquest, you know, for an 8-day setting, like why we need that. Whereas they have not said anything about Squad Rush, as far as I know, that I can say anyways, in the near future. So, I mean, that's kind of just off the table. It's not going to happen. Yes, we would love to have it, but it's just not going to happen. Not for Battlefield 1.
But are we going to get Conquest Small then?
So we don't know.
Nobody knows.
We don't know. It's going to be solely dependent on whether DICE thinks that there's enough feedback that says yay or nay.
But they said before that they wanted to implement a mode that is just fully focusing on competitive. They said that, like, I don't know if they meant 5v5 especially, or maybe 8v8, something like that. So
both
said, like,
5s and 8s comp.
I don't think...
Can I...
Can you?
Can I go? So, with this Conquest Small, 100% needs to happen if the competitive side wants to get any kind of anywhere. All right. Look at it this way: Battlefield is Conquest. All right. I've been playing Battlefield since 1942 when I was like 12 years old. The thing that got me into competition was Conquest Small. All right. There was a game mode that seamlessly went from public play to competitive play so easily, right? And I know you're saying, oh, let's not talk about the casual side of things or public side of things, but this is the kind of vision that we can't have, right? Because that's not growing the scene. We need a game mode that works with both, and Conquest Small was that. And the fact that it's not in the game is what's going to hurt both sides. So if we don't have Conquest Small, to be honest, we don't have large format, because Rush is not going to attract players. Rush was a big thing for BC too, but to be honest, if it's Rush, I'm not going to play it. Like I don't want to play that. The big popular game mode for that is Battlefield is Conquest, and at this stage with that one Conquest that has, there's no competitive future in my opinion for Battlefield. There needs to be small, or that's it. Otherwise, we're just making it work, and just making it work doesn't work.
I don't think that it's going to go away entirely. I think that what you're going to see is kind of like what we saw from Battlefield 3 to transition to Battlefield 4, where we had all the 5v5 Conquest teams that played in Battlefield 3. Not saying that all of them left. That we did have some, obviously, that transitioned from Battlefield 3 5v5 Conquest to Battlefield 4 Domination. But a lot of the old 5v5 teams and even the Squad Rush teams that were playing 5s there for a while, they left. They stopped playing completely. And what happened was we had a replacement of teams and players that came in that never really played Battlefield 3 competitively back then. They started playing in Battlefield 4. So it's not necessarily growing. I think what you may see is just a replacement of those teams or of those players to a certain degree. But I mean, I'm not completely convinced that Rush is the way to go. I would love to see Conquest come back.
Yeah, Conquest needs to come back, in my opinion. For
Battlefield competitive to survive. If Conquest Small doesn't come back, and I'll go ahead and say it, we can kiss goodbye any hopes of having Battlefield 1 as any level of competition. As much as
I think you guys are overly focused on Conquest Small. I think it was a good mode, but I think there are better modes, and I don't think Conquest Small is particularly watchable. I think it's a kind of a really boring mode.
Yeah, as
a player and as a viewer, it's very different. I think we should really try to make the difference as much as possible between what we would like to play and what we will think is good to watch as a viewer. And I as a player, Conquest Small, even Domination for me, are really good modes to play. Now, in the case of Rush, I do think that the viewers, especially if it's on small maps and it's Squad Rush, of course, I do think that the viewers might have a more natural relation to...
just like they had with Obliteration. That's
exactly.
Because you had the close clutch moments.
You have everything.
Back in BF3, I loved playing Conquest competitively, but I enjoyed watching Squad Rush actually more. I was more impressed of the other teams, how they did their strats. Like a team like Eyeballers, they did some crazy shit in Squad Rush, and this is the part where you can see like the details and the time pushes, and this is where frags actually mattered. I personally like Rush, and I can see both Rush and Conquest could be played because we have the maps. They just need a bit of tweaking basically, and that's it. I mean, we had big Obliteration Large or whatever it's called in Battlefield 4, and then later on it was tweaked into
Squad Oblit.
Yeah, exactly, Squad Oblit. And I think the same can happen with the.
Do you think we can have Rush and Squad Rush? I don't think so. Not from what Brett's explaining.
No, we're looking at larger format here, and again, there's another disconnect. Is you go from public play to competitive play. You want to make it as seamless as possible. I mean, you watch our streams. We're playing 5v5. We're playing a hard out, and there's always people just asking, well, "Where's the vehicles? What is this? This isn't Battlefield." I mean, yeah, there's going to be things that are be good for the viewers, but you need to start out with something that's familiar and use it as a gateway to other things, open people up to, and that's what Conquest Small was.
Yep.
That is exactly what that was.
Yeah, and this is why
Rush is just as familiar for people as
and this is why we're saying
Rush
it's important.
Is part of the idea. It's actually one of the only game modes that was accepted besides Conquest in Battlefield. And we're not talking about Domination or Obliteration or any other game mode or Operations or whatever next game mode is coming up now. I'd say
that's true, but for the whole scene, especially for all Battlefield players, 8v8 with vehicles is more interesting because you know it from public.
Yeah,
the siege
that's
domination has got up in, it's just like infantry gameplay.
You
All
have
the
the
8v8
connection.
players are saying that.
And it's
But-
not just that. I mean, look at the popularity between, like, you look at Conquest versus Rush. Popularity between the two. What do you think's more popular in public play?
Yeah, the point is, like, Conquest from a, like the perspective of DICE, Conquest Small would be relatively easy to implement into Battlefield 1. They have the maps already with Conquest Large, of course, like Brett said before. Maybe they're just gonna do it as bad as in Battlefield 4, just like remove some flags and put it a little bit smaller, and that's it. They could do that already, and it's not that much work. And they could implement Conquest Small, or they could go to another game mode, something like Squad Rush for 5v5 and 8v8 at the same time. You can decide if you want to play with vehicles and without. That you can even play with, like, from 5v5 to 12v12, that the maps are designed for that. So you can just enable and disable vehicles. So there are a lot of ways to implement other game modes that could work also for fewer perspectives, that you have these clutch moments and that this game is growing in a competitive, viewer-based perspective.
But everything is easier said than done. So you just said, oh, yeah, just make Conquest Small now, so you can make it till the release, just cut down the maps, place the flags in a smart way. But that doesn't work. I mean, DICE is right now in the last stint for their...
Yeah, it won't make it into launch. I mean, if it gets in...
No way.
I mean,
no way. It's going to be later on.
Yeah. It's going to be a patch later on.
Remember Squad Obliteration and how that was built? It pretty much took a year to get it rolling out correctly.
It took longer than a year.
Yeah.
We tried... I was talking to Dennis about that right after launch.
Yeah,
and to actually get it...
It takes some time, and on the other hand, I don't see Rush working for 5v5, because...
No, not at all.
At least seeing
maps?
on the map we have right now on the beta, and also from what I saw of other maps, it will be too big. I mean, 8v8 might be possible, might be a good option if we don't get the Conquest Small format right at the launch and on a later way, so we have something to play otherwise until they maybe release Conquest Small. In terms of 5v5, because we won't get Squad Rush. And Domination is confirmed, and I already saw map layouts for Domination, so it is, I would say it is pretty much set that for 5v5 the only viable option, at least for the release at the launch, will be Domination again.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of already implied.
Yeah, we already understand that Domination, if there's going to be any sort of 5v5 tournament setting on launch, it would definitely be Domination, because all the other modes are either inadequate or require so much tweaking that it would take a year at least to get things working.
But I see it still possible, because I was looking at the Sinai map. I mean, in my opinion, it's not a good map though, but that's just my opinion. But I see still possibilities to break this map down with some rulings that it would fit maybe into 8v8. So I think it is possible, that it needs some testing, that it needs some
So basically, we have to put in time, test out the modes, and evaluate which thing would work in what way, and then edit it, tweak it, and test it over a few months to finally receive a version that would be working correctly, like we did exactly with Squad Obliteration.
No, because I'm not talking about Conquest Small. I talk about the Conquest maps, which we will get at the release, which are apparently Conquest Large, and I think those maps at the release, I think we can make like 5-6 maps to work with 8v8. Other than that, I see for 8v8 or 10v10, which is 10v10 is the most liked mode in America, and 8v8 in Europe. I think that we will have then most likely to look at Rush or at the Conquest Large, and for 5v5 it will be Domination, at least from what I know, what we will get at the release. So there's from this side not much we can discuss. I mean, we can still, and I mean, I opened the threat that we can get back Conquer Small. I would love to see Conquer Small back, because it is the best mode and for both for 5v5 and for 8v8 or 10v10, like we had in Battlefield 3 or Battlefield 2. So
I personally think domination was a terrible idea for the official.
we agree.
It is.
We all agree.
Yeah.
Everybody
It
agrees.
is. And it's one of the worst viewing modes as well. Like
It's
I
boring.
constantly people asking,
Yeah, depth are very.
what's going on?
There's not a lot of depth going on. It's very chaotic. The spawns are random, so you still don't have that under control.
There is depth, but it's something that is not visible. It's like a
Yeah.
team play depth. It's like you see Overwatch, for example. Overwatch has a lot of depth, but it's not going to be very visible instantly for the
Yeah,
players.
but
and
at least with Overwatch, you can actually explain what's
Exactly,
going on in
exactly.
analysis. Whereas in BF4, it's just so
Yeah.
it appears so random. But even
There is
when
no
you try to
roles,
exactly,
etc.
there's no
Yeah.
actual role.
But I'm just saying that the bad sides of Overwatch that are not very important. These bad sides are everything domination was basically. That is to say, a lot of things going on between the players, but not on the stream. And we are going to stay like a niche esport as long as we have domination, because people are not going to be.
So it's just CDM with flags.
Exactly.
Yeah, so like when Squad or Blit came, like the streams were so much more enjoyable to watch.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
people were getting into it. They're like, okay, well, it's kind of easy to understand.
Exactly.
Team A is
So-
attacking the fucking
and
bombs.
I
That's
think-
it.
I
That
mean,
should be
viewership
the
for
goal.
the final season was over 14K
Yeah,
max.
that
It was a blowout success compared to everything
our
else.
goal on BF1 should be to be an esport that is not like a small esport anymore, like a niche esport. I don't even care if it's 8 versus 8, that becomes like the main esport. I don't care. All I want is that player, that the casual on the game will begin to get interested into the esport, like that they will see a link between what they do and what they see on the streams, and that will be an incredible achievement.
And the best way to do that is to have a game mode that everybody plays, usually in normal pub play, and have it that it's very lightly tweaked for competitive play. So it's basically the same thing.
But even
but
if you do
off.
even if you do Conquest.
No, not Conquest. Didn't
Okay.
I said like a couple months ago that they are trying to work on a competitive game mode after Squad
Right,
Obliteration?
yeah.
After they said that Squad Obliteration is not going to be featured in Battlefield 1 because it doesn't fit in the style. I heard
They
that
did
the
actually
devs
say
said-
that.
Yeah, I heard it from like devs. They said they're gonna implement another competitive game mode. I don't know for what. I don't know for 5v5 or 8v8, but they said they will work on another competitive game mode. Like
I think
maybe
you can safely say that their aim is going to be more towards the smaller numbers from what we saw in the CTE. They were still trying to push the 5v5 with vehicles on their Assault Conquest version. So that their aim is going to be the smaller 5v5, 6v6 style.
Yeah, maybe even like with one tank or something weird
Yeah,
like that.
I mean, even if it just has one tank, that's still more Battlefield than what we had before.
100%. But it has to be implemented in a way where in BF4 you had it spawn on the middle flag. You would need to have a different layout for running
who knows how
5s
that's
or
gonna be.
6s. But yeah,
Like,
you
we
just
need to
have to
test it
test.
out.
You need to the entire point of all of this is to say, give us the means to test all of these. You have this community of hundreds of people that are ready in an instant to jump on if you give us access to servers and to the ability to tweak things like we'd like to test things out, roll out tournaments, have these things running, and say, all right, this works, this doesn't. This is good from a viewer's perspective, this is good from a player's perspective, and where can we find the point where both perspectives are lining up in the same direction? Because that's the point. That's how you're going to grow this as a competitive esports. It's appealing to a viewer and it's appealing to new players. The entire
I think Rush and Obliteration was pretty close to that.
Yeah.
Rush has
Yeah, I agree.
problems. Rush has problems. Rush has its problems. Obliteration has its problems. But I think those game modes are both more appealing to the players who are watching them and those who are actually playing them. I think they make sense.
Yeah, especially I think like
I don't think anybody's arguing that point.
At least,
I mean, everybody
compared
knows
to
that-
domination.
But everybody knows that any mode that has a central objective is going to be way better in terms of viewing and understanding than any other type of game mode. Anything that's popular right now has that. I mean, Overwatch, they have a payload or a capture point. It's Counter-Strike, you have 2 bomb sites. You have to go to them. So yeah, Squad Rush and Rush would make sense. And I like Squad Rush. Hell, if you follow me on Twitter, or if you've ever been in conversation with me with some of the devs, one of the first things I always say is, hey, Squad Rush.
Yep.
Let's bring it back.
And
You know,
that's-
that was not only that, but it was uniquely Battlefield. You know, it was no other game type had it like Squad Rush did. And yes, there were some tweaks that needed to be made in it, and I think they could have made those. But I think one of the issues with trying to bring in a small mode like that, especially with bringing in public players, is that there's no real way of setting up servers for that. See, the one of the things that Domination had going for it, Small Conquest had going for it, was that you could play it in a bigger setting, and it would still semi-work. It wasn't perfect, obviously. Domination in 32 or 64 is cancer, but it would semi-work, and public players could play it. Squad Rush, on the other hand, as soon as teams started losing that first bomb, you saw people hightailing it out of the server, and there was no matchmaking system to end up getting more people back into the server to refill those spots, so you ended up with lopsided teams.
Exactly, and again, that's bridging the thing. Like that was what the whole matchmaking thing was meant to be coming and doing for us, is allowing that to happen. So I mean, we can't exactly wait for that for the old time. But game modes that are good for viewers. Like I wanted to ask before, like Rella, you played the Hardline land, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, and when you were there, like there were a bunch of people obviously had no fucking idea what they were watching, but you guys were playing Rescue, and I remember someone telling me, a couple of players telling me that the crowd was going off and they were fucking amazed and they were happy. And
I mean,
they were
like,
playing what we think is the worst thing ever, and they were amazed.
Because as a player, it was horrible. But as a viewer, of course, like as you say, it's very basic principles that the game mode was following. So even if the game is total trash, it doesn't matter because you have the basic stream principles that are there. So people like it, and
Hardline is more comparable to like CS because you only have like one life and like one objective. People could understand that pretty easily.
And one life modes in BF don't work. It just doesn't.
Yeah,
work.
it doesn't really work, but it was still like nice to play, and people could follow it. Like there were like so many people in that like arena, and nobody knew about this game. Nobody knew about this game, but they were still like cheering, and they could understand when a big play happened.
Yeah, they knew when it happened.
And that's all good and fine that it did happen in that setting, but the problem is that there's no longevity to it, and that was apparent in Hardline. Who stuck around to play?
Well,
everybody
you have to strike the balance.
Well, that was more of the game
between.
itself.
Well, you have to strike the balance between fun to play and viewable for others.
Yeah,
I wouldn't use Hardline as the example for that.
They switched the game.
I don't think it was the mode. I don't think
everyone would have switched.
It wasn't the mode. It was the game itself. Like people.
Yeah, it was the game and the way they advertised it, and it was the fact that it wasn't accepted as Battlefield as the community. So it's not a perfect example, but I'm just putting it out there as an example of like viewership is like giving something easy to watch, and that's what Squad Rush was. Something with attack and defend. It's really easy to understand. Like, you know, with Domination, that was not easy to understand at all. It's just like, okay, these guys are TDMing in the middle, and oh look, there's some flags, and what do they even do?
That's why people liked Obliteration, because it was a tug of war. That's a part of it. You understood it. It was very easy, and then you could get into the in-depth details of the tactics and the timings and etc. very easily as a player. So you see there's depths, there's certain complexity, but it's not so out of this world that you would never even like play it or try to think of it.
And like on Domination, like at a player level, at us, we knew truly the spawns weren't random. We knew how to flip the spawns. We knew how to do all that.
Yeah, they're not random.
But as a viewer, they had no fucking idea what we were doing or why we were doing that.
Yeah, it's just TDM for them.
Viewers want to be excited. They don't want to watch tickets go down.
They want to
exactly
be
right.
excited, but they also want to learn something when they play. I mean, I think like a big part of the viewers that people have on Twitch, especially now on Overwatch, if you watch like how the players suddenly got superstars, people are watching mostly the guys that are teaching them things to improve in their own game. Like especially DPS on Overwatch, like they have a lot of viewers because people are like, okay, I would like to know how to play Macri, so I'm going to watch that guy. Apparently, he seems like the best Macri in the world. Let's watch him, you know. And that's and if you have a game that is very tactical, that you have a lot of strats at the beginning, you are going to be like, okay, I want to watch that esports event, or for example that player, because I want to know how to start on that map, for example. And you can't have that in Domination usually because like it looks so blurry. You don't really have a start in your own personal experience. So Doesn't really matter.
And what Johanna said before was that yes, DICE have straight out said that they're making a competitive mode, but the biggest problem is there was also the leak around that time that everything else turned out to be true, and there was one mode that was last squad standing, I think it was, and it was basically a 4-team thing where it was one life, and it was just looked awful. And I really hope it's not that. But yes, DICE said they were making competitive mode.
Here's the thing. I mean, they're going to do a lot more testing here pretty soon, I would imagine, for the next mode. The EA, they're already recruiting. They're starting to recruiting up for opening up an esports division. I mean, it's no secret. The guys have been posting it on Twitter. You can go to their job site and see it right there. They're looking for a commissioner to head this up. So, you know, here in the next couple of months, hopefully they'll find somebody to fill in that position, and they'll start building that team. And we'll see maybe in the next year or so them possibly reaching out to some of the competitive community to get some feedback on a mode that they are working for the next Battlefield game.
And that's what we really want. However, for a lot of us, like, well, do we really need to keep waiting for, well, oh, the next game, the next Battlefield will be good, next Battlefield will be competitive?
Well, we already know they're throwing...
Well, this is where I go back to what I said previously. You know, it doesn't necessarily have to include you guys. You guys will leave, other people will fill your spot.
Oh, I'm sure.
As long as there's people that are willing to put together leagues, and as long as there are people that are willing to want to play on a custom team level, then there's going to be some sort of competitive scene. Whether it's only 10 teams or it's, you know, 50 teams, it's going to be there. I mean, you guys could leave and then come back for the next game, whatever. I mean, there's going to be something here for Battlefield.
Yeah, and we already know that they're putting a shit ton of money into it, because they said it during the conference when they announced the FIFA and I think it was NHL or something, $1 million.
Yeah, it was the
they
NFL.
literally had Battlefield in that same sentence.
But they
said
didn't
you'll
say
see it coming
anything.
with Battlefield.
No, they did not say anything about Battlefield.
No, they said it was a
They
third tier. They said it was a third tier deal.
Yes.
And then they were talking about their big money stuff being FIFA and Madden as their first tier, their top level stuff. But
Well, they've
that's not
acknowledged
the-
that something's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, they're wanting to push it. Like I said, well, I mean, obviously there's something's going to happen. They're opening up an esports division specifically for Battlefield. They're hiring people right now for that. So yeah, something obviously is going to happen.
But we don't know when. We don't know how long it's gonna take. That's the thing. We don't know what approach they're gonna
We're
take.
gonna play domination, boys.
At first, but then
Yeah.
maybe
At first,
I mean,
yes.
it's okay if we play domination at first, so get used to the mechanics and the game, etc. But then maybe if they could introduce something, I guess in 6 months after the game, so it doesn't get too old before they change mode, that would be cool, because people will get used to the game, and at the same time there will be something to play that is a real mode, and the mechanism of the game have been learned by the players in
And
domination.
together with the matchmaking mode, if they would release it at the same time as the matchmaking mode for all the public players, they would like even teach all these public players the mode and like the scene, the competitive scene, the tournaments, and like just like public players are gonna be they want to play this matchmaking mode, just like to compete with friends, to get a rank, whatever.
Yeah.
I want to come back to what Cryptic said about the $1 million on Battlefield. I mean, they didn't mention Battlefield exactly in it, but in my opinion, it doesn't even need $1 million. I mean, we can
No, it
see it
doesn't.
in Battlefield 4. We had the competition in ESL 1.
35 or
also-
40k. It wasn't much.
It was overall just the prize money for ESL 1, and not including the prize money, we had one DreamHack, we had still the Go 4 Cups. It was 250,000 euros for 2 years. I mean, it's not nothing, and especially for a game like Battlefield, it's a huge amount of money. And I think you shouldn't expect $1 million or something like that.
No, I
But-
wasn't. I was just saying.
But I think in case if EA will host something again, I don't think it would be less than what they did the past 2 years with Battlefield 4. And I think that it's also quite a lot of money, as said, and it's already a huge support for a game such as Battlefield. And I mean, FIFA and Madden have even a bigger community,
Oh,
especially
They are much bigger than Battlefield. As much as we'd like to say our game
Yeah.
is huge, NFL, NHL, and FIFA are huge. So it makes sense from a business standpoint for EA to come in and say, well, our biggest games, which are already very much established sports games, will be the first ones to receive the esports treatment, if you will, because they would
to be fair,
they're much easily accepted by your everyday person that would come in and say, well, it's the same game that we play, you know, in real life, but it's in a video game, so there's some sort of sense behind it. For the majority of people, it's not that easy to comprehend an FPS into competitive.
Look, to be fair, if you take a look at it, FIFA and Madden, you're one person. So yeah, it's going to be easier to have a competitive scene because it's one person that you have to deal with.
It's like with
prize
StarCraft
pools.
with 1v1s.
Prize pools can be incredibly deep because it's only one person. One of the issues that we have with, and I'm not scoffing at the amount of money that ESL put forward. I was happy that ESL 1 happened and there was that money that was there for it. But one of the problems is that the actual prize pool is not that deep. And so what you have is, especially with a small community like we have, comparably to others, you have a top echelon of teams. And you saw this in ESL 1 for the European teams as well. After it gets past a certain amount of cups, teams just stop playing because they know there's no point. Yeah. They're not going to get a piece of the money. They're not going to get to go to the offline finals. They're not going to be able to enjoy that kind of stuff. So, you know, yeah, it's great to have some money, but you do run into an issue where if that's all you're trying to focus on is these money events, it's not going to bring in, I think, stable teams throughout the life of the game, because quite frankly, a lot of the lower teams, they need to get part of that too. So you need to figure out some way of getting like Division 2 type thing.
Yeah, Division Leagues. That's what we do in Australia all the time. And yeah, okay, Australia, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, Division Leagues exactly what the purpose of that.
You know, I was just kidding, Cryptic, right? I was just kidding.
But that's
alright.
What's for example what BCL has, where you have these different multiple divisions, you go up your rank at the end of the season, etc. It makes sense.
I mean, money is not solving the problem, honestly. Like, it's more like an organization thing, as you said, like BCL did it correctly. But money, if you would just watch Overwatch, there is a lot of money, and I know a lot of people on Overwatch, and many people just gave up because they were like, okay, I cannot go into the top, so why bother? I like the game, but
Benny
I don't want to
knows exactly what we would be talking about.
Exactly, and people don't want to wake up every day, you know, to try hard the game every day, watch the strats every day to see how they change, etc., and not to be in the top and to have literally no visibility because they're in the sub top. It's the same thing on most of the esport games.
It's like with CS:GO, if people that want to enter the top tier teams as well.
CS:GO sub top is pretty fucking harsh.
But see, the difference though with a lot of those type of events is that they have other cups that are happening that are for money, and amateurs playing them. Yep. With our community, nobody else does anything.
Yeah, but it's more a community thing. Money is not really solving the problem that much, because on Overwatch, people that have the money are people that are going in the big top events. That's right now the thing. There is no, you don't have that middle class, you know, of people having a lot of small money, but not a lot.
If you're not in like the top 8 teams, you're not really making much.
I don't know, for maybe more for Overwatch, I think, but yeah.
Yeah, but in Overwatch especially, in CS it's top 20.
That's just where divisions come in, and having to have something for those divisions to play for.
Exactly.
That's as simple as that. I mean, that's what we did in Australia. We had Div 1 and we had Div 2, and then we had Open. All right, but Open was for all the ones that wanted to play for no money. Div 2 was for the teams that weren't as good as the Div 1 teams, but still wanted to play for some money. And then we had Div 1, which were the Premier teams who did all that, and it was stable and it worked well.
Yeah, I know what you're trying to say, and I agree with that. Like, evenly, like the less skilled players should get an opportunity to get some money, but I don't agree with like putting divisions up and getting lesser skilled teams more money than better teams in just the higher division. They're just like not winning. They're maybe just like 5th place. They're not getting money, and teams that are below them on lower divisions are getting money just by winning against these noob teams in comparison.
Yeah, but I mean, it works. That's the thing. It works. I mean, there's gonna have that. There's gonna be that competitiveness there. I mean, you've got to give chances for people to. It's not. It's really not. They've got the chance to prove themselves to win that Div 1, right? That's their goal. Normally the selections really aren't in the choice. Like in Australia, with our divisions, you get put into Div 1 because you're at that skill level. You cannot put yourself in Div 2. That would be unfair.
Yep.
So that the way it works is you're seeded into these positions. You don't get a choice in where you're going, and it's the way you grow teams.
And that's how it is in BCL.
Yeah, BCL hosted a Summer Cup last year, the BCL Summer Cup 2015. They had like an higher bracket and a lower bracket. That means the higher brackets that won all the matches in the group went through to like the higher bracket playoffs, and there was the lower bracket playoffs as well. So 2 teams played against each other, ACX and Intense, and they were both major teams. But because they played against each other, one of them lost, and that was ACX actually. But because they were still major teams, they easily won the lower bracket and they won prizes. So ACX that lost against Intense won the lower bracket and won prizes, but Intense that won against ACX in the first place didn't get anything, even though they were up in the higher division, in the higher bracket.
See, that comes into a seeding issue from the actual governing body of that there. Like, we basically run multiple cups and seeing where people seed with multiple sets and different brackets. I mean, you can't just run one cup and then use seeding off that, because that's exactly what's going to happen. And
yes, this could be
that kind of
out.
problem. That kind of problem is not the fault of the division system. That's the fault of the governing body.
Yeah, but then what I'm trying to say is, like, if you have, like, for example, just like 2 divisions, let's say it that way. You have 6 teams in the first division and 6 teams in the second division. Then still the last place team in the first division should get more money than the winner of the second division, in my opinion. Because that still, even though they lost in the first division, should implement that they're better than all these other teams in the second division, and should still get more prizes than winning against these lesser skilled teams.
Yeah,
I don't agree.
That's what Crypto was saying. That's a organization
It's
deal,
up to the organization that's doing all of this, then the system that they're implementing, not anything to do with the game itself.
Yeah, and typically in that situation where that team that's come last in Division 1 is then dropped to Division 2 anyway.
Yeah.
And then next season they have that option to go win that money this time, because now they have to prove themselves to get back to Division 1.
Yep.
I mean,
that's how it is.
Division. That's exactly how it is. I mean, you can't change it to work to appease everyone. You've got to try and make it work the best possible way. And division systems help grow communities. They help find new players, new star players.
And that's exactly how BCL was done. I remember when BNL was on its final dying legs in the first year of BF4, when we finally picked it up and got it streamed and got the whole division system working in a different way. That changed everything. BNL, before turning into BCL, really, like, just, I don't know, was times 10 what it was in the first year of BF4, just off of the streaming, the casting, the player interaction, the way that the league was run, the changes within it and within the division system, and that all happened before we had any sort of prize pool at the end of it. The prize pool just added a bit more to it.
I know, and I agree with everything that you're saying, with both of you, what you're saying. But my only point is that the better team that won against the lesser skilled team should win more money than the team that they have lost to.
Well,
unfortunately, that's just the system, and
it's the system.
That's
you can't
the only way it's going to work. That's the only way it's going to work. And I haven't run into a team that has a problem with that. Like, you're the first person I've heard say a problem with that, really.
I have a question, guys.
Yes, sir.
No.
I don't know who of you seen the domination maps.
It's Pyro.
I think Pyro talked about it. Is it bigger than BF4?
I cannot comment on this, but there was
NDA. He can't say anything.
But
he knows nothing.
No. But there was one map, if you remember, from the alpha map, which is
Scar.
Quentin Scar that we all saw. Yes.
And there you saw the size of the map, and it was pretty
which
much
was roughly the same.
It was pretty much the same as in Battlefield 4.
I think the difference from what we saw in Scar to what we saw with Battlefield 4 was the fact that it was a circular pattern more so than what we saw previously, and it was like a pinwheel with the windmill in the middle.
Yeah.
So to me, anyways, it felt like it was a lot more of a circular motion than what we've had previously. Like, that's a really bad example. It felt bigger because of that, in my opinion, because nobody was really
It's more
traversing in
open.
the middle.
Okay.
So it was a longer time to run from flag to flag in a way. So it felt bigger.
Yeah, I mean, well, that was the problem with Dom in Battlefield 4, is that you could only get to the back flag by going through the middle flag. I mean, by the look of St. Quentin's to Scar, there was a lot of other ways around, I could say.
Yeah, but the issue though is that it's still domination. You're gonna have those random spawns
Yeah.
coming in as well. So you're still gonna have spawns coming in back behind you or over into a less advantageous spot for the team who has the 2 flag advantage at that particular time.
Yeah, basically that. That's why, to be honest, I don't think we would mind domination too much for a certain amount of time if it weren't for the random spawns.
I do. I mind it a whole lot.
Well, I might.
I don't
but
enjoy it.
You could
No,
at least
if-
live with it
if
until
we
the
had-
next mode is out.
If we had deployments, main
On the flags.
deployments for each team, and no spawning based off of where the other team was at, absolutely, I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
that domination would be
It would
a
basically
decent
be
mode
Conquest
Then it's
Small.
just
to
Conquest.
have.
Yeah, that is
Exactly,
literally
it's just
Conquest.
small
Small.
conquest, it's a small one. But the spawning system is what completely ruins that mode. As a player, because I did play in a couple of seasons with it, I wasn't the best player in it, but I did play a couple seasons of it, and it was extremely frustrating, even knowing how the spawn system worked. It still was extremely frustrating to deal with. You're sitting on freaking Dawnbreaker, and all of a sudden they have spawns over there on glitch stairs right in the middle of the map going up to B, and you're like, ah! It's just like, God damn it. Or you have them spawning all the way in the back, even though you have a guy somewhere over onto back A somewhere, but he may have pushed up a meter too much, and then all of a sudden, boom, 4 guys are in your back pocket.
Yeah.
I mean, that aspect of it right there kills it, in my opinion, for making it a long-term solution for a competitive
Yeah,
mode.
long term, no, but short term. The good part with domination is that if something is OP in the infantry gameplay, if something is badly designed, we will see it instantly. Like if there is something people can abuse, that will be obviously visible at the
Yeah,
start
that's
of the
true.
game, like STT2, fucking grenades.
Well, you
and
can
it-
do that. You can do that in
Uh-huh.
any mode, honestly, in my opinion. I mean,
I-
because even in like aviates, because you're going to get into the maps like Zavod, where it's very infantry focused.
Sure,
down
but
in there.
domination is all about that experimental infantry only thing. So you only have the repetition of the same situations over and over and over again. So if there is really something that is not correctly designed, you will really see it. I mean, I'm not saying it's the case right now. I like the moves, I like the slide things, etc. But if something is on the long term will be annoying in the infantry fights you have. That are like spread out in a 8 versus 8 match. In domination, you have only that, so it's a good experimental way to see if that kind of grenade is really OP or not, for example.
Did you have to drink a lot, like get yourself, really inebriated before you could actually say something positive about domination?
I actually enjoy domination.
He likes domination, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
The scary thing is I know several South American teams that are just screaming for domination as the main mode. I'm just
We all
going,
know that.
no!
We all know that.
Domination, you can relax more sometimes. Obliteration, you can't. You have to focus all the time, or you lose.
And that was
within a
what's so
second.
good
you're
about it.
playing in competitive mode. Yeah, what do you expect?
No, I mean, we have to. I've always made a difference between what's agreeable to play as a player and to view. Like, of course, some modes are better to view, and any player should always, I think, go for the modes that are better for the overall community and not for him. And that's my case, I know. But domination,
Make sacrifices.
for my personal tastes is better, but I would never advertise it, of course. For
Just the thing, like with domination, I think it is an okay mode to start out with. I mean, look at when Battlefield's releasing. All right, Battlefield is releasing the holiday, basically the holiday period. All right, nothing really runs around that time. And when we had last time running ESL around that time, it was pretty awful. But like, I mean, it's holiday period. Everyone goes and leaves, and then they come back, getting ready to the competitive scene for 4 to 5 months time after release. That's when the game mode really needs to be ready for competitive. And unfortunately, that's probably not going to happen because it happens to be a holiday as well for obviously devs and stuff like that. So domination will be okay to start out with. I mean, it's going to have to be okay. That's all we got. But there needs to be something very soon after that. We can't be waiting a year.
There needs to
We
be
can't-
a push.
We can't.
As soon as the game is out, or from
Yes,
starting this
we
moment,
can't.
we have to already start talking about a mode that would be played and using domination as a placeholder, basically, until that mode is created and decided.
And everyone needs to be trying to get through to their connections and start talking and letting, like, you would hope that. I don't think any DICE devs or anything would be watching this, but you would hope they would. Like, you know, they held all this money.
So one of the things, though, that would help out quite a bit, and I know some of you guys do it, when you post on the, and I know posting on the forums, I don't really recommend posting on Reddit, but it's just like what we had, the thread that Pio was talking about. You know, he put a thread up there, but over and over and over again, I kept seeing people saying, "Well, I represent 10 people," and we don't say you represent 10 people. Get each one of those 10 people in there to post.
Exactly.
If they don't see numbers. If they don't see numbers, they don't see that it's a problem. I mean, they look at that thread and they go, "There's 222 replies." Okay, whatever. That's all at once, small conquest. But if they looked at that and they truly saw everybody that was wanting to actually have it, that was supposedly being represented, that number probably be bumped up to around 400, maybe even 500 at this moment. So, and that right there starts to grab a little bit more attention. So, get actively posting on the forums. It gets annoying after a while. Hell, for 5 freaking years, I've been trying to get the devs' attention to, you know, actually consider competitive as a viable option for Battlefield, and I'm just now getting invited to the freaking studios. So it takes a long time. It takes a lot, but you just gotta kind of keep doing it.
Just chip away.
And I can tell you, it is one of the most frustrating things to do that you would ever have to do in your entire life, or want to do.
Have to use every kind of connection you have just to try and get some kind of grasp on it. Like,
Just knowing us.
Start small and then push as hard as you can to get to the top. Like, you know, we had David Serland had like multiple ESL finals. I mean, he talked to us about it, and, you know, and how the development period and stuff worked. I mean, we might not have liked it, but we were telling him in person what we wanted. And,
well, see,
you know,
here's the thing. So David is probably one of the only devs that I've talked to so far that is actively pursuing some sort of competitive game mode for Battlefield. Okay, I had a very lengthy conversation when I was in Los Angeles with him about competitive, the options that we have, the routes that we could take it in the future. So there are devs within DICE that are open to it, and one of the things, though, that really hurts some of our conversations go back and forth is that we get way too passionate about what we're doing, and instead of using facts or proof or video or anything like that, we devolve into almost a screaming match. Or, you know, and devs look at that. I mean, they look at that kind of stuff all day, right? They sit there, they read Reddit, they read the forums, and they look at blah. That's what they get. And competitive players already have a really bad stigma anyways, and I have my reasons for believing why that happened. It's a whole different story. But we already have a really bad stigma to the devs anyways. So if you don't come at them in a more, I don't even know how to say it, the words escape me at the moment, peaceful way, I guess you could say, amicable way, then they're just going to shut you down right from the start. I've been guilty of it. I'm not going to lie.
Everyone.
There have been times, hell, Demise, I think, blocked me in the beginning of Battlefield 4. So, I mean, I've done it. I'm not going to lie. But we need to kind of start changing that aspect of it when we do talk to some of these developers. Another thing is when you do see them in chat, try and help them out as much as possible. We had a couple of guys, devs, throughout the past that have watched Squad Obliteration matches. Yep. They've watched ESL 1 finals. They've watched the BCL finals. They've sat in on some of those deals, and they don't necessarily want to make themselves known because they know they're just going to get bombarded by a whole bunch of questions and complaints. But if they do make themselves known, make sure that you are not just like, well, why don't we have this? Why don't we have that? Why'd you do this? Why'd you do that? This is stupid. Don't do that.
Yeah, get friendly with them instead of bombarding them and treating them like they're nothing. Like, they're people too. Like, just treat them as you would treat someone else.
You know, you're talking to them. You say, first of all, you're watching this stream because you're interested in this game. You know, start off by saying, okay, we like this game. But, you know, you're looking at the game. You can start a conversation around a certain part of the game, how it's interesting, how building it in a different way would be even more interesting for you as a viewer or as a player. You want to get people engaged in actual conversation, not just saying, oh, fuck you, DICE, turning the game into casual game. Like that, they will just turn off the stream and go. That is
go with it.
Terrible thing. Imagine somebody doing that to you. You tell them, fuck
imagine,
off.
Go at it like
that.
you'd be picking up at a bar or something. Like, you don't go straight up at it unless you're safe, really, and just go fucking ham. I mean, you've got to ease your way in there, and I mean, it's the same with everyone. It's like sales, everything. Ease your way in. Don't fucking throw shit at a wall and expect it to stick. Like, it's not going to happen.
No. All right, so we've talked quite a bit about the esports part. Of course, some of the important things are social media support as well. That was a problem during BF4, where I remember once, especially very, very clearly, the day before or the day after the tournament was done, we had a tweet coming out about the tournament that it was an ESL 1. So we're like, okay, you're paying this much money to get things ready. The minimum is to at least, get a blog post out on Battlelog, get a tweet out a few days before it or the day on it. So, there's some simple things that can be done. Unfortunately, sometimes I think it's just a lack of motivation for some people. And I hope that the whole community manager type of thing gets taken a bit more seriously in the future, because it's still part of the game. When you're going out, you're promoting these clips of people doing sometimes some very, very ridiculous things or very mild things that are happening during their Battlefield play sessions. It's free publicity. Here, actually paying for this tournament. Please, anybody at EA DICE that's listening to this, it would be nice that for once. And it did start off with the BCL finals a couple of weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago, but we would like this to continue. It is a community project as well, and making us feel like the work the community puts in, and I can tell you, each one of us here has put in hundreds upon hundreds of hours within the game, either organizing a tournament, providing like casting, preparation for the cast, communication, adminning, setting up servers, etc., all that kind of stuff. It takes a lot of time, and the least thing we would like to have is recognition, because a lot of people that have these like 3-second clips of them getting like 2-3 kills get so much recognition, pretty much posted every single month at least once. We would like to have at least a tweet or two to say, here's this cool thing that these guys have worked pretty hard on. Can we give them some love? That really would be just the stepping stone.
I can say right now, like, so I've been talking with Dan and Jeff pretty heavily back and forth, and then I know the Awesome guys have been talking with Jeff as well. I'm in a couple of DM channels on Twitter with them. So we're gonna try and get them to promote some of it, retweet, maybe get some stuff on like Facebook, or even retweet it on the main Battlefield stuff. But also we've opened up a possibility of seeing either finals or some cups being posted up on the main Battlefield channel. So that's already a thing that's kind of being discussed and talked about right now. Also going to hopefully, like, I've been talking to Dan about this, and I'm trying to get him to let me talk to somebody or get me in touch with somebody that is doing the new battle log, whatever you want to call it, whatever that is, to maybe see about possibly putting up some sort of competitive tab, or the ability for us to be able to promote or have a forum of our own, so that people can go to it, converse about what we've got going on, as well as see upcoming events that are going to be happening. Not see them posted the day after the event actually happens, but several days beforehand, leading up to the event. So we are talking about that kind of stuff right now. I mean, more so than what we were in Battlefield 4.
Just saying right now is that personally, I have tried and I still don't have a single line of communication with anybody at EA Dice. So it breaks my heart that with all the work that I've put in personally, and I know that a lot of people that have put in a lot more than I have, I don't have communication with them, and I'm pretty sure I can have at least some sort of positive thing to add to it. And just for me, there, even with everything that I would have, there's little to no way of me to contact these people to talk about these kinds of things. And I know other people as well might have some pretty good points that they would like to convey. Unfortunately, they can't have access to these lines of communication for some reason.
And I agree with you, but there's a reason for that. They have so many people screaming at them that they can't let just anybody in, and they don't have the time to vet everybody. As I said, it took me 5 years to finally get to where I'm at. I'm actually in a position now to where I can talk about, not with you guys obviously, but I can talk about and discuss needed changes that have to happen for the competitive community and geared toward the competitive community. It took me that long just to get in there. And hell, Dan I've talked with him back a long time ago, so he's known about me for a while. Just now am I actually getting onto a level where I can have these conversations with him. It takes a while to do, and they're not just going to let anybody in. They have to be careful with who they do let in, because they do have some sponsorship issues that go back and forth, even on a personal level. I've heard stories of some of the community guys, managers, have actually posted up computer builds that they've had of their own that were NVIDIA built, but because EA and DICE are sponsored by AMD actually got onto them for having a NVIDIA built PC. I mean, that's how strenuous
I'm pretty sure
their whole job is.
I've heard a lot of stuff from the internal guys at DICE, or that have been at DICE in the past, especially involved with BF3 and early BF4. And I know that these kinds of things exist, and it's very, very strenuous and very stressful to be in that kind of environment. However, there's some things that are pretty obvious out there, and I fail to see how, even like I would give myself I'm giving myself here as an example. Why haven't I at least had some sort of opening? And I'm sure there are other people that can give these kinds of input that are not known for being just these people that flame all the time and talk crap about the game and the developers, that would actually have some pretty good input. Just putting it out there. I don't expect a reply from you, and I'm pretty sure you can't find an exact reply, because you're not the person that's managing this from behind, from DICE, etc.
No, but honest answer is the honest answer for that one right there is just the fact that DICE doesn't want to do competitive stuff.
Yeah, we know
they don't want to listen to you. That's why they're not listening to you.
Even if it's not competitive, players like we with so many thousands of hours, doesn't even matter if it's like infantry players or vehicle players, they've played Battlefield 4, they played the whole Battlefield series for thousands of hours. They put literally their life into it, and they know about stuff, and they could help with like patches, balancing stuff, weapon designs, about so many things, and could also have an impact, of course, on competitive things. But they just don't care. It's as simple as it is. I tried to contact.
Yeah, to a point. I agree with you, Johannes. I completely agree with you.
All right. So, do we have other topics? Yes. We'll end it on this small note here with the UI and a point mostly about streaming and the plugins. A lot of people have been saying, this is Battlefield 1 is basically just Battlefront with a reskin. No. Let's get this out of the way. Battlefield 1 has nothing to do with Battlefront as a game if you count out the UI design. Other than that, it has nothing to do with that game. But that's the thing. There are some things within the new UI that are a bit questionable, and I want to hear you guys' opinions on what you think can be changed in there, not the least being the medic pop-up when somebody's dead and requesting a revive.
I don't know. One just like really simple thing is to chat at the end of a round. When the round is over and the next map is loading, just be able to chat. Like we are in 2016 right now. It's not Battlefield 3.
How can that be toxic?
People. Even to trash talk people.
I want to type in GG easy at the end of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it sounds like that. Why is that not possible? Like, just because it's an in-game UI, I don't understand. Why would you take something away from that? Other than that, like, I would like to see some connection between like your Origin friends and your battle UI friends, pretty much. And that a better way to join friends and to like. Another important thing is also for me the live scoreboard, the server browser. You can just pretty much see how many players are on the server.
One thing in the scoreboard when you're in the game, if you tap, this is something that I really like, that it shows the class of every player. So when you click tab when you're in the game, it will show the class of each player that's in your team and on the enemy team that's been shown. That way you can see, all right, what can I pick? What should I choose? Which is really
that's cool. But I'm just like talking about that UI right now. When you're in the server browser, you have the possibility and battle log to see, to see everyone on the server.
Yeah, that's another point. It's one within what we had with battle log was the match history, so your battle reports, quote unquote, that you have.
Even better report
that we don't have, and we had better battle log, which is a UI mod. If for some reason you don't know what it is, you should definitely use it if you're playing BF4 or BF3 and Medal of Honor for some reason. But it's very important because it allowed you to filter out servers. It gave you more filtering stuff. It gave you more friends options, communication. It gave you more stuff to add to your profile, so it looked a bit cooler for people that are coming in. You had all of these small tinkerings, and I don't think this kind of thing would exist now with BF1 with the way that it's been popping up.
But if you're talking about this, one thing that would be really cool is if we could see the competitive option somewhere. Like the streams, the people actually streaming being competitive players.
They had a thing.
They
had a thing that said live or something within the new UI in BF1. If you check the tabs in the main menu.
Yeah, exactly, and that will be really cool if in the final game with the events, etc. You could actually not have them in your face necessarily, but have an easy access to these things, so you can discover them. If they want the thing to grow, they need to put it in the face of people a little bit. Not to force them to watch it, but at least they can click on it if they want. That will be already a big step.
Right now, there are already news on the Battlefield UI with like some articles or like some YouTube videos of these how can I say, like these partnered YouTubers that were at these events, like Jackwax, for example, or Pony Lion. This
exactly.
Maybe
video. In
just
the
like
future.
on the side, a competitive thing just right next to it. Should be no problem.
Yeah, exactly. I think it could be possible.
It could definitely be a part of it. But we'll see what the business model for the promotion and the marketing of the game will be in the future.
Exactly, but I mean, it's interesting for them as for the game overall to promote. For especially players' Twitches, I mean that's really something growing these days, and that's how communities are built around players, not necessarily esport players, but among them. Players.
Imagine that in the future, where they add BF4 to this UI, they would add your video about Zuzu jumping to the main menu.
No, please no.
It would be amazing. Nobody would ever touch BF4 ever again.
That's
but really sounds like that. That could work out.
But these kinds of things would definitely be good. And a small note on the side, this is for streamers mostly, and I've had this conversation with Firebomb, who's in the chat right now. He's one of the people that created, or he on his own created this tool for people to use, that you can have your statistics, you can have the server you're playing on, all of that pulled from Battlelog, put for people that are on the stream that would like to join. And it's a cool feature for streamers and people that are very much into interacting with their viewer base, much like we had with BF3 with the Bow West tool, if some of the older players remember, which was pretty important for streamers back then as well. From what I've seen, this won't be integrated, or very difficult to integrate with BF1, so hopefully there would be some sort of workaround for that, because in layman's term, in terms of broadcasting, it's very important for the broadcaster as well to have this sort of communication with their viewership, because it shows statistics, it shows that kind of stuff, and you don't want to every single time you want to check something go to career and do that kind of stuff. Even Overwatch has the bot integration.
I can tell you right now, from talking with the spectator guys, they already know that we want stat pages. They're working on a way to implement stat pages, and the thing is that if they actually support spectator mode like they say they are going to, and I have no reason to believe that they won't, this spectator mode will be the best that we have ever seen. In fact, it'll be one of the best spectator modes out there, in my opinion, with the amount of features that they're talking about bringing in without having to have mods
You're
built
getting
into
me
it.
excited here, Brett.
So, I mean, a lot of these points that you just said, they've already been brought up, and they're potentially going to be seeing their way put into it. Maybe not at launch, but at some point within the near future.
That would be great. I remember about a year or so ago, Drunksy tweeted out the picture of his concept of a spectator mode, very similar to what we see within Counter-Strike and to some extent Overwatch.
Yeah, you're not going to see that.
Yeah,
so here's the thing. Right now, they are kind of sharing spectator mode. They're building it for the broadcasters. There's 3 people that they're building it for. They're building it for the broadcasters, they're building it for cinematic, and they're building it for the average Joe that wants to get into a server and look at stuff. So all 3 of those have to actually have compromises in between each other. There has been some stuff that I have been denied because it doesn't work for cinematic, or it doesn't work for the average Joe coming in, or it may be too confusing, they think. Also, cinematic guys have been denied their stuff because the same reasons, but reversed. So they're kind of like in this tug of war thing right now, in between what they can and cannot implement. But I will, like I said before, this is going to be the best spectator mode that we have seen for a Battlefield yet. Obviously, there's only been officially 2, implemented in games. But I'm talking about from going back from Battlefield 3 and using that. I never really did use Battlefield 2. That was before my casting days. But so I mean, we're going to be seeing a lot of really cool stuff coming in here, and there's a lot of really cool potential that we talked about. I'm kind of tiptoeing around what I can and cannot say here, but just it's going to be better.
We're gonna build a spectator mode, and it's gonna be the best spectator mode ever.
That frustrates me the most right now is that the spectator mode is what we should have had back in Battlefield 3 when the competition was good. So now we have a really shaky and not looking so good competitive scene happening for Battlefield 1, but a really fucking cool spectator mode.
Good.
Yeah, but sounds
at
good.
least something.
Yes.
So seems good, Ben. That's what I wanted to hear. Well, at least we end this on a positive note, because we've actually been talking for 4 hours right now, and I actually have a plane to catch in the morning. So
nice.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun. So with that, we'll end it here, I guess, because it's already pretty in depth, and I'm pretty sure if you put all of us in one room, we could probably spend a week or 2 talking about these things. And a lot of this is just speculations, things that we would like to see in the game, things that we think would happen at some point, but we're still in the speculation point at this moment right here. So
well, I can say right now I'm working every single conversation that I have with a developer or a community manager or anybody who has any kind of pool whatsoever. I've been trying to work on them about getting more of the competitive scene involved earlier on within the game. So I've been trying to get them to say, okay, look, you guys are going to be creating an esports division. Cool. Make sure that when you guys are getting feedback and you're testing this stuff, that you actually go to competitive players for your feedback, not a random focus group test that you pulled off the street, or some of your play testers that you pay, or anything like that, or even your YouTuber, game changer, influencers, whatever you want to call them now.
Because it's just a term, it's just a marketing term, if you ask me. But come to us. We're here. We're literally hundreds of people that are ready to help you. We've dedicated.
So here you go, guys. So here's the thing. If I email you and I say, hey, I need you, you know that there's going to be some awesome shit coming.
There we go. There you go. That's it. Laying down the law, Brett. Man, I love having Brett sometimes. I mean, by sometimes I mean, when it's not...
It's 3 a.m. in the morning?
Yeah, and yes. No, actually, remember the first time, like the first time we spent some time together in the hotel was basically just that until like 2 a.m. talking about random stuff in the old level BF days and before that even. And what else? Yeah, and then there was a lot of snoring, but we'll glance over that because I kind of.
I can honestly tell you that weekend passed by in a blur for me.
Yes.
Because I was jet lagged. But anyways, yeah. So yeah. Thanks, Milos, for having this. Thanks to all you guys for showing up. Thanks, Chad over there, for talking, and I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. I'm gonna head out personally.
All right.
But thanks for having me on. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be here at the very beginning, but yeah, looking forward to a competitive. It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough, but I think that there is some potential in it. We'll just have to see. So, take it easy, guys.
Take it easy, Brett.
Bye.
Night.
All right, so that was from Brett to end it on a softer note. We'll wrap this all together. So again, for just like Brett was saying, and Edgar, the giveaway is in when you send me 10 copies of BF1 that you got from Spencer, because I know they sent him like 50 codes. But basically, we're gonna wrap this up. Johannes, thanks a lot for coming in.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
No problem, man. It's always great to have people from the different communities. Safe, Rella, Pio, Cryptic, Marble, that gave very good insight. Hysterias, Dogbert. It was all really nice to have you on here, and I'm glad we could have this conversation for quite some time. We should have this later on release and seeing what happens then. Hopefully somebody at DICE is looking through this. I really hope whilst you're working on something or getting some food or at the gym, you're able to listen to this, because it's important to us that we let you know that we love your game and that we have done so far a lot of work to try and make our vision of the game as well work with what you have in mind. We both want the best for the game. We both want it to have a solid community, and we believe that by having a competitive community, that the series will live as long as possible and not just be there to sell X amount of copies and then move on to the next one. Perpetual generation of basically not only feedback but also money at the end of it. This is a business. Esports has proven that it is very sustainable. It's a lot of work. I definitely don't envy anybody that has to work in this, because I've seen how it is and I've dabbled just a bit into it and I've seen how much work it is, and I do not envy you for a position as a developer. There's a lot of decisions to be made and it's a very tough job, but somebody has to do it, and thankfully there's some very, very qualified people at the other end of this that are very good at their job and hopefully will ask us to help them out in creating a shared vision, a vision where Battlefield is a game not only is super fun to play in casual play, but as well is competitive. And by competitive, I mean people want to get together to see who the best is. There's always this thing where DICE are known for being the best or wanting to always be the best developer in the world, the best one out there. This is exactly what we want to see here. Why can't we be the best at esports as well? Nothing's stopping us. There's definitely work behind, there's definitely money, and there's definitely motivation. I don't think anything stopping us from being the best. But yeah, that is pretty much it. Finish off the goodbye by Danny. Now it's sleepy. So we're gonna send this off here. Hopefully we will get some extra content as I get back from vacation. I'm going to Lebanon for like 10 or so days. So when I'll be back, we'll hopefully be closer and closer to the release date of Battlefield 1. I will make something happen because we definitely need to test all of these things out. And if DICE is willing, and if God is willing as well, that we might be able to put something together and see if Battlefield is really the place for us to be right now, or should we just keep working in tandem with the developers to work on the next Battlefield that hopefully integrate all of this. So again, big thanks to everyone, big thanks to everybody that's in here that was watching this. A lot of familiar faces. I love seeing these names come back again, giving some pretty good feedback, some pretty good ideas that hopefully we'll be testing out soon. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Anything you guys want to add? No?
No, I mean, I can't really do this horrible slide move, which is very good addition to the game, because it's no, I mean the function of that thing is to allow people to have fast picks, aggressive picks, and not to get fucking pre-fired when someone is holding like a close range angle. It's really cool, but I just can't like the bind is so strange, on my keyboard to slide correctly and to slide pick people. It's really, but it's it's like Call of Duty slide. It's a really good addition to the game. Congratulations.
Thank you, Rella, for ending on that sweet note. Anyways, guys, thanks all for watching. I'm looking real quick at the people that are streaming right now. And thank you, Losco. Hopefully, guys, if you've been a part of this, please send this to people at DICE EA. I have no contacts with them, and they sure as hell, like Brett said, don't want to talk to me, don't want to talk to people like me, because they don't really care right now about competitive play. Hopefully that'll change. So if you have any contacts with it, please go to them. Please tell them that there's these guys doing cool thing, and we think it's cool, and we would like it to continue in the future. So we're relying on you, and we'll definitely try to put our parts in this. Again, the stream will be uploaded in the morning to YouTube, so be sure to follow on youtube.com/user sound96132. Apparently, you can't really pick another name other than the name that your girlfriend used to give you when, for some reason, used to give you that when you were like 17. But whatever, I guess we'll just stick to that name. So yeah, I'll hit you up after the stream, Edgar. If anything, you can just PM me on here, or I don't know if you're on Nathanius's Discord or something. Maybe you can just message on me. We can talk on Discord if you have anything. So I'll see you guys later. Thanks for everybody for coming around again. Cryptic Side, Frella, Asteres, Marple Duck, Johannes, Dogbert, Payo, and Brett. Very cool to see you guys here. Hopefully we'll meet in real life next event. But for now, I guess all I can say is I'll see you on the battlefield. Bye bye.